I like lard. Lost everyone. I'm praising Dillard on my own. What the fuck about? Let me just make a cigarette whilst everyone piles back in again. I do apologise. It's not a problem I've had before. And in order to find solutions to problems, you're better off having the problem first. That way, you know what you're doing the next time around, you know? You're geared up for it. You're prepared. Should we try again? Okay, no. Oh my gosh. Right. Let's pretend all of that shit didn't happen, right? Hello, Ray. You all right? Thanks for joining us. Hey, up, Michael. How you doing, mate? You all right? Thanks for joining us. Hello, Dave. Oh, Dave, I don't suppose you know what a phobia is for snakes, do you? Fucking hell. Happy Friday. Well, that does look better. I look like one of ZZ Top's younger brothers. Like, I want to be ZZ Top when I grow up. Yeah, well, you've got the beard for it, lad. You just need to grow a bit higher. All right, then. And learn to play the guitar. All right. Oh, dear. So, without telling you all about it, that post that I put in the post section, I can relax now. No more fucking about. It takes you right back to pre-NHS, and then you start to realise what the NHS is all about. And then I know that most of you, if not all of you, are aware of the whole organ harvesting malarkey, right? I'm sorry to tell you that he's dead, and we're just wondering how you felt about us harvesting his organs so we can give life to someone else, so part of him can continue to live on through someone else. How do you feel about that? When you say he's dead, do you mean dead? No, not exactly. Well, then no. Fuck off. But that's what they're there for. You know, they're takers. Anyway, yeah. Please watch it if you get the chance. Please watch that video that's in the post section. It's very eye-opening. I haven't even got all the way through it yet because I had to start a live stream. I had to take the girls out, come back, and give me head a shave and what have you. Blow dry my hair. It was like that. You know when you see these women in slow motion and they've got like their hair's just blowing in the wind and they're going, oh, like I was like that, but with my beard, like that. If you've got a beard fetish, any of you ladies, your legs would have given way. I tell you, you'd have been on the fucking floor. Help me up. Pull up on this. Oh, no one is going to want my organs or mine. Actually, I think my heart's strong, but I did fill out. I just need to do part 2 because they've got you in two. They've got you by the short and curlies on 2 counts. They've got you as a code. As a code on your driving license, you're an automatic donor. You should be able to opt in. You shouldn't have to opt out, because there's a massive chunk of the whole of the UK, massive chunk, that have got no idea that they are donors, which means that those organs, those lovely organs that you've got, can be harvested whilst you're still alive, because they can't take them from a dead body. So let me just make sure I've got nothing on here that, well, there's probably a fair bit. Can you see that? No, it doesn't really come up. But this is basically a confirmation that I'm no longer a donor, but I need to do it through my driving license as well. This is what I mean. It's like, just in case they find out about this one, let's put them down as a donor for it here as well. So they've got to cancel 2. So if they find out about one, we've still got them on the second one, and no one can do anything about it unless you opt out. And even then, you just got to hope and pray. Because I think for my age, my organs are all right. You know, I think they're all right. But it's not just taking your liver, your kidney, your heart, your eyes, whatever. It's not just taking them and then putting them into someone else's body. They're taking it and making stem cells, you know, creating stem cells and all other manner of dodgy shit. So it's not just, there might be some people that's like, well, I don't mind giving life to someone else. You're going to be alive when they're taking them, you know. And there have been accounts of people that are kind of they've woken up to feel the agony of someone removing their organs. They can't do anything because they're paralyzed. They can't even open their eyes. Imagine that. So deregister, because that's not normal. That's not natural. Again, you see, if I've the first ever dead human I ever saw, he was about 7 or 8 years old, and he just got hit by a car, and it took him out. And I was about 17. I didn't see the impact. I heard it. I was probably about 5 meters, 6 meters from the bottom of the street where the road was where he died. Now, that was pretty bad. That was horrific to see that, you know, young life. But again, because he was dead, then his organs wouldn't be viable. But if he'd have had sustained a severe, significant brain injury to the point where he'd have no, I don't know, where do you draw the line? Because then his organs could go on to save a young girl that could go on to live a full life, or a young boy that could go on to live a full life. But where do you draw the line? We're being governed by a government that is just heartless, soulless, and you give them an inch and they take a fucking mile every time. Anyway, I look more like Cousin It when wind blows. Next time you do look like that, Lana, because that is quite a sinister look, to be fair, you know. If you ever got a dating site or anything like that, leave shit like that off it, you know, because you just get swiped away. People are like, but yeah, send me a photo, because I'd be very, very interested in seeing your Cousin It look. you know. I won't judge you. I won't judge you. Not to your face. Ironically, the drummer in ZZ Top is called Frank Beard. Love it. The only member who doesn't have a beard. I loves me a bit of irony on a Friday. I only just found out what KISS, the band, stands for. I can't remember what it's for now, but it's all Satanism, you know. It's all whether they were actually into practicing the whole Satanism thing or not, I don't know. But they were a lot of bands have been used, and they don't really realise that they're being used. But a lot of them do. They make a deal with the devil. They do. And they've got to maintain their end of the bargain, whatever that bargain is. If you believe that sort of thing, I do. Hello, Sky Girl. Oh, I've just burped while I said your name. That's so rude. But when it's got to come out, it's got to come out. So I do apologise. It's tonic water. It made me burp. So it was like, hello, Sky Girl. Good to see you, sweetheart. I've not seen you for a while. Hope you're keeping well. Hello, Jenny. Everyone say hello to the lurker. Jenny's a lurker. Hello, Jenny Lurker. Jenny White does sound nicer than Jenny Lurker. Thanks for joining us. Hope you are both well. Trust me, all of you is all right. Plus, I'm an ex-funeral director, and I can tell you loads. I bet you. How long ago was that, Ray? I mean, that's mental. I'd love to sit you down and just fire loads and loads of questions at you, you know. But then there's also, I'm just going to skirt across this because it's a conversation I tend to try and avoid. Right? I found out information about what happens after you pass, and it was information that I really wish I didn't know. You know, because it was too soon after losing Sal, and I've got a very vivid imagination, and it was a bit much. But yeah, you know, based on like you know, people being embalmed and stuff, ready for, you know, yeah, what people are finding and what people are seeing over the last sort of 5 years or so. So now, yeah, and this is not uncommon. Yeah, it's not on any mainstream news channel. Something like that would be on the news when we were not that long ago, 20 years ago. That would have been on the news. But then, would it? Would it? Just had loads on. That's taken up all my time. Well, I hope you've got the opportunity to chill out now. Hello, UK 11 prepper. I still don't remember what your I don't think you ever told me. If you've got a nickname or something like that, it'd just be a little bit easier. I meant to sort of go back into your last video. Lee. Nice one, Lee. Thanks for joining us, brother. I hope you're doing all right. To anyone that doesn't know, Lee's got a channel. It's a good channel. And I wish there were more channels like his that give different perspectives and different takes on what they see is happening, where it's headed, possibly, you know, and maybe on how to prepare for that. And there should be more channels like that. So if you've not subscribed already, please consider going over and giving Lee some love, you know, because he does put some effort into his videos, and is 100% one of us. You know, he's putting things in place to try and operate outside the system, just like most of us are, which is a challenge. It is a challenge, but completely doable. It always boils down to just how determined you are and how much self-belief you've got. You know, that's all. That's all. And I think if you've got this far, you've got the minerals for it. Yeah, please. Yeah, I am an trained embalmer. Oh my God. Wow. It takes a special kind of person to do something like that, because I don't think I could. But then I think your first shift, your first body, your first man or first woman, not person, you know, because that was someone's sister, brother, uncle, auntie, daughter, son, you know. The first one, you know, you go home after your shift in tatters. But I can see a good side to it as well, because death is such a boo subject for so many people that we go out of our way to avoid talking about it more often than not, when it's an integral part of life. You can't have life without death. You can't have death without life. The yin yang. You can't. Yet we avoid it. We avoid the subject like death. It's an uncomfortable subject for most people to discuss, and it shouldn't be. You know, there are cultures out there that celebrate death, really celebrate it. I can't get my head around the celebration of it, because it's the loss of someone that was dear to you. You're never going to see him again. But then a lot of these cultures believe that they will. So all right, Lee. So it is a dark one, you know, that most people avoid talking about. When, you know, I mean, my dad talks to me about me being in his will, you know, and insisting that I'm going to get a shitload of money. And I've just said I've explained to him, I've said, look, Dad, I've not factored in getting a single penny from you. I've not factored in any of that. I'm moving forward as if I've not got a single penny coming from my dad, because it's all tied up in fiat. He won't listen to me, even though I've been going on at him for about 2 years, but just a little word here, little word there about silver in particular, right, and gold. But as time went on, a bit more about silver, and he's just no. I'll keep my eyes open. Dad, silver's gone up by over 140% in 12 months. You're not going to get a return, anything like that, from anything else. And on top of that, he's allowing someone else who doesn't give a fuck to invest his money on his behalf. Now, in stocks and shares and stuff like that. Now, back in the day when you bought shares, you would get a certificate that stated you had this. So this certificate would represent how many shares you had. So you had a physical piece of evidence. You don't have that anymore. So, and whilst the bank's got your money, it's got your money. That's it. It doesn't have to give it you back. It doesn't. And if there was a mad bank run, which is, I was going to say possible, I'll use the word inevitable. There's not going to be enough money for everyone. It's impossible. But trying to get that through to someone that's so stubborn and stuck in their ways, it's so frustrating. So I've said, look, Dad, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you've lost it already. Just trying to put the shits up him, trying to put a rocket up his arse, you know? And only because I care, I don't want a fucking penny off my dad. I've told him that. I don't want a penny. I've said, blow it out, Dad. You know, go on some proper luxury holidays. We're only here once. Who knows, you know? But we've only got proof. Again, that's a conversation for another night. But it is frustrating. Going back to the early acronym for KISS. Oh, yes. Knights in Satan's Service. Yes, exactly. No one knows that. Some would. I mean, avid KISS fans will know that. Be like, oh, I love this band. And they've been with them for years. And they've gone, I wonder what KISS stands for. Oh, that's interesting. You know, and then you've got loads of other like heavy rock. And then they've got all the face painting and you know, calm down, ladies. I know my tongue's quite long. You know, when my eyebrows get a little bit out of control, they're just going all the way up, across. But a lot of these rock bands were quite dark, you know, and the background's quite dark. But then most of the people that are into that sort of music are lovely people. I've never met anyone that's not pretty chilled into that music and thrash metal and stuff like that. Bring your daughter to the slaughter. Yeah, that's they're normal. They're normal lyrics. That's rational. Yeah. Well, yeah. Cheers for that, Lee. I only found this out. I think it was either last night or the night before. And on the sheep farm studios, and it didn't surprise me. Nothing's me anymore. But always do a double check. You know, commercial mainstream music. What KISS was, yeah, but that was where all the control was. Popular music, and they wanted to make sure that they got every single avenue right, because everyone vibes to a different vibration of music. So like liquid, intelligent, soulful, uplifting drum and bass is my bag. But I love opera, I love classical music, yeah, I like some rock. I'm not really keen on like chart music. It's mind-numbing fucking shit. It's crap, you know. More talent in one of my toenail clippings. And then you got your mumble rap. Motherfucker. Oh my God. 10 a penny. Talentless. But yeah, they needed to make sure that they got into every single niche and genre of music to get into the heads of young people, because it's the young people that they need to get hold of. It's the young people that they need to take control of their minds of. You know? I don't think I'm a girl anymore, Mummy. I think I'm a boy. And you need to call me a boy, or I'll tell my teacher and I'll be taken away from you. There are kids all over the country having that conversation with their parents right now. And you know who's to blame? The fucking parents, for not having their eye on the ball. And I'll argue with anyone about that. Anyone. It was a shock at first. Oh, you're about your first ever shift. Yeah, I mean, I've seen too much death in my life. And maybe that would give me an advantage of doing something like that. And I like the idea that there are some good funeral directors out there that really respect and care for. They don't just see a slab of fucking meat, you know. I've forgotten. Is it O'Leary? Yeah, you might need to let me know in the chat there. I would have loved the idea of Sally being cared for by him, you know, because I think he's got a good heart. All funeral directors should be like that, all of them, but I don't think they are. I'll carry on reading your comment. It was a shock at first, but I can honestly say it's the best job I've ever had. I embalmed my late father. Oh my God. Whoa. Fuck me. I don't know whether that would have been easier or not. I think you would have given more care. Not that you wouldn't to anyone else either, you know. I'm not saying that. Just, yeah. It's a subject that's alien to most of us because we don't talk about it, because it's too much. Sometimes we focus so much on living / surviving that we don't think about the conclusion at the end. We just don't think about it. Or we do, but then we suppress the thoughts. Like, oh, you know, let's think about flowers. Oh, man. Hello, Carl. You're all right, matey. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. They reversed the rules on banks. It's bail-ins now. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, not bailouts. So, yeah, your money. So one of the first things I did, well, it wasn't because I just shut myself away. That was it. You know, if I was looking back, feel so sorry for these two because they went through it with me. I just didn't go out. So they didn't go out. But once I started to just kind of get myself together and start going out, my main objective was to make sure that I got every single fucking penny out of the bank. Bit by bit, bit by bit. You know, cash machine, bank. What's it for? A motorhome. There you go. Cash machine, bank. What's it for? A caravan. Oh, what about your motorhome? I've got a caravan as well. Okay. Cash machine, you get the idea. Until it was all out of there. So if anyone's got a large sum of money in your bank, get it out. Either turn it into, I'm not a financial advisor, I don't know what I'm talking about. Either turn it into metal, good metal, including copper, or turn it into something you're going to use and need to get through this shit show. Get it out of the bank. I'd be surprised if any of you guys have got anything left in there. But if you have a think about it. Especially based on the whole bail-in system, which is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. That's people's savings. You know, that people that have gone without for years and years and years just to put money away, just so that they can have a half decent retirement. So you're in perpetual fucking slavery your entire life. And then when you're a little bit kind of decrepit, no offense to anyone, right? And you haven't got the energy, you haven't got the fitness that you used to have, then you've got money to spend, but you can't spend it on fucking snowboarding or abseiling or mountain climbing. You spend it on golf. So the bankers are the wankers. You know, they after 2008, there should have been so many of these bastards gone into jail, but no one went to jail. Nothing happened. They continue to get their fucking bonuses. So don't let them have your money. Don't let them have your money, because they'll have it. They will. You've got to be ahead of the curve, no matter what. Got to keep thinking ahead, keep thinking ahead, keep thinking ahead, and keep thinking outside the box, and you'll be all right. Yeah, Lana, I had a little bit of a listen to it. I've got a bit behind there. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone. Yeah, I did have a listen to what you sent me, and there's a healing frequency as well. I can't remember what the hertz were, but I'm looking at getting a tuning fork, or a tuning fork set, and then getting back into the whole because I can't always remember the exact tone of the but that's so good for you. And then breathing in through the nose, and then doing the right at the right pitch. Sounds la, sounds fucking ridiculous, but it's not. O'Looney, that's it. O'Looney, yeah. I knew it was an Irish sounding name. Yeah, it's quite an unfortunate name. It's like, you know that guy. Oh, Looney. When he's far from that, anything but that. A lovely man. Like I said, I wish all funeral directors and embalmers were like that. And I think Ray might have been like that. You know, I'm sure she was. Sorry, I meant that commercial mainstream music is riddled with Satanism and yeah, exactly. I mean, look at Donna. This shit started out really early. You know, you've got little 6-year-old kids singing like a virgin, pretty much saying fucked for the very first time. 6-year-olds. So you had Madonna getting into the heads of children in the early 80s. It is soulless. I didn't they also change mainstream music to? Yes, they did. But they did that very, very long time ago. At the early part of like the last century, and it's never changed since. But we're in a position of learning this now, because all of these lies can't stay. You know, all of these truths can't be suppressed forever. They always find a way. They do. It always rises to the top. So with knowledge, we're able to reverse that and bring ourselves back to what is good for us. You know, by certain frequencies, good food, good company, you know, and nature. I think rock metal was so heavily demonized because it brought a lot of people together. Yeah, music does do that. Popular music is so wishy-washy. It has no social cohesion. I agree. I never really thought about it as much until now, but you're absolutely spot on. Specific niches of music bring people together, like rock. But pop music doesn't do anything. Just keeps you suppressed and retarded. 440 hertz is a disruptive frequency, deep subject that's difficult to sum up in short sentences, as I'm sure you are quite restricted, you know, but just mentioning it might encourage others to delve and look into it a bit more, and they're 100% going to benefit from it, because music is so beneficial if you feel it, you know, if you really feel it. And you're trying to match your frequency with the music, which is why some people like rock. They map their frequencies, but that doesn't mean that the people that match their frequency with heavy rock are all Satan worshippers. And then, you know, they go like that. You know, they don't think that they're doing anything wrong. You know, in fact, I think that is love. in sign. That's love. So just bringing your thumb in is devil worshipping. Just that one change with your thumb. You go from love to devil worshipping. Almost like it's deliberate. I get back on I'd get back on the drugs before I'd consider golf. Mate, I would prefer drugs over golf too. You know, I did used to go down to the driving range. There's a driving range about 3.5, 4 miles away from where I live. Yeah, probably more, about 4.5 miles. And I've got a driving range there. You can just go down, take your own clubs if you want, or just hire a club, get a big basket of balls. Fuck off. You know, it's a good way of getting tension out of your system. But I don't need that anymore. I've got a punch bag in my garden. You know? So it has got its uses. John O'Looney, Milton Keynes funeral directors. He's on X. Yeah, I didn't know he was on X. And if you don't mind sending me a link, Lana, just because sometimes I get so lost in live streams, I forget stuff. If I don't write it down, I've not got anything to write on. I'm not as prepared as I was. Because I would like to carry on following him and his journey, you know, because he's done a lot. Again, right. Let me catch up on all of the comments and then, because that's a good segue into something else. It might split you a little bit, but we'll see. Solfreggio. Solfreggio. It sounds a bit Italian. Frequencies. My daughter has sound baths. I know a few people that do the whole sound bathing thing. You can buy the bowls with the bong, and then you can, and it's the frequencies, and this is a therapy, if you're sort of a therapy, a therapy that's been used for thousands of years. So, but these bowls, you know, for a decent, good quality one that's finely tuned, they're quite expensive, you know. So, but there's a place called the Elephant Rooms, and they do sound bathing and yoga and all that sort of stuff. But right, they've got all of these beautiful alternative therapies, which should be mainstream therapies, with a big fuck off rainbow flag hanging outside, flapping in the wind. You know, so I can't go there. Just out of principle. Fuck that. You know, you're all for healing. What about destroying children's lives by them taking hormone blockers and having the bits chopped off? How do you feel about that? Well, if the child wants it, fuck off. Well, yeah, sound baths. Recommend them. You know, they're real. They're meant to be good for you. I went to a tuning fork practitioner. I'm so sorry, Jenny, but I had filthy thoughts in my mind then, and I don't know why. So let me just kind of reel myself back in again, because that was inappropriate. Fantastic for resetting the nervous system. Yeah. I need to get back into Omin. There's something in it, fam. And breathing through your nose increases your healing power to heal yourself. This isn't la-la, this is scientific fact. Please look into it. That's why they say in through the nose, out through the mouth. They don't go in through your mouth, out through your nose. They don't do that. They never, ever say that. Why? Because there's something in it. Breathing is everything. You wouldn't believe how regulated you can become just from breath work. You know, so good for you. So good for you. But we forget to do it. Even though we benefit from it, even though we feel better after doing it, we forget to do it. We forget to do things that make us feel good. And music, that's another thing. I listen to music and I think, why don't I do this more often? You know, I do breath work and I think, why don't I do this more often? It's madness. But I'm glad you benefited from that, Jenny. Keep going for it, you know, or get your own tuning forks because they're already tuned, you know. And you get a little bong, you get a little like lollipop thing with your set. So you just have to bong it, you know, not bong it like. Not that kind of bong. Thank you, mate. Most people don't understand. I loved my father and he asked me to do this for him. I'm forever grateful. I think it's a beautiful thing. It's one of those things where it doesn't sound right saying that's a beautiful thing, but it is. You know, it is. I would find a lot of comfort in knowing that someone that thought a lot of me was embalming me, you know, even though I wouldn't know anything about it. So I think every little helps when you know that you're coming towards, you know. So yeah, it's a lovely thing. Drum and bass use sub frequencies below 50 hertz. I didn't know that. I've never really looked into it, but it gets into my soul, mate. You know, but then opera does. I've listened to some opera and I've got choked up. You know, it's fucking choked me up. I'm like, whoa, oh, because it's just moved through my soul. Music's so powerful, and they know that, and that's why they've infiltrated it. And as long as you're aware of it, you've got some protection. You know, it's when you stop feeling it, it's that you know, then there's something wrong. Can't hear them, but you feel them. Yeah. Sent it to you on X. Anyone wanting to know? It is. Thank you, Lon. I really, really appreciate that. Right. So what I was going to say earlier on that might kind of split the room a little bit and maybe ruffle a few feathers. But if you listen to me right the way to the end, I think you might just get where I'm coming from. So we know about this. You know, this Afghan nut job that went fucking hell for leather with a bar, started smashing nurses around and took a chunk of head out of a nurse's head, like you're going to get a chunk of head out of any other part of the body. Oh Fortuna by Carl Orff is fucking banging. Is that drum and bass? Email it to me, Dave, if you don't mind. Make a little note and email it to me, just so I've got an instant link to it, just so that I'm not getting so I don't get too distracted. If you don't mind, I really appreciate that. Right. So someone put a video out and it showed photographs of this woman, the back of this woman's head. They'd obviously taken photographs for evidence and stuff like that. Because these fuckers, they're told by people that are already over here, come over, come. We get free this, free that, free this, free that. We go to hospital, no problem. We get preferential treatment from the people that live here, you know, which is to some degree is the truth. So he's gone in there. I want an appointment today, thinking he's going to get preferential treatment just like that. It don't fucking work like that, you retard, you low-level fucking shit-skin motherfucker. So he got a little bit handy with a bar, right, and took a chunk out of the back of a nurse's head, and fucked a few other people up. And that was where it got interested in the comments section. Now, some people might think this was a bit distasteful, but again, listen to me all the way to the end and then make your mind up. Now, you know that periodically I will keep bringing up the genocide of our senior citizens over a 2.5 year period in particular, where they were all given end-of-life medications and do not resuscitate every single fucking bed. Right? And a lot of these people, statistically, a lot of these people would have been spending Christmas with their families this year. So I pointed that out and said, karma comes in many forms, right? Because there would have been nurses that surely, statistically, there would have been and should have been nurses and doctors, you know, and sisters that would have been thinking something's not right here. So whether they were complicit in giving these end-of-life medications or not is irrelevant. Allowing it to happen makes you complicit. So basically I said, look, she possibly got karma. And again, some people might think that's maybe a bit much. The response I got was from one person, a retired nurse, recently retired. And he or she, because it wasn't clear, said, right, look, that's quite a broad brush you're using there. I had nothing. It was the doctors that signed off on the medication, the medications that they had. I didn't give anyone end-of-life medications during that time. So they were working at that time. Yes, I did question the level of health of certain people that had DNRs. But it wasn't down to me to administer the end-of-life medication. But I'm thinking, hold on, you've just fallen straight into a trap that I didn't even fucking know that I'd set. So not only did you fucking have a gut feeling or a knowledge that something was wrong and said nothing, you said fucking nothing. So that makes you complicit, right? What you wanted to do was lay low because your retirement was just within reach. You didn't want to create any fucking ripples. Complicit. So complicit on 2 counts. So you're a cunt. So yes, that includes you. Because the end of their comment was, so does that include me? So yeah, the end of my comment was, yes, that includes you. Some did come forward, you know, but not many. Not many. So me saying me so to any shallow fuck out there, they would be thinking, right, so you're basically saying that it was okay for a nurse to get smashed in the back of the head by an Afghan. That's what most people would take from that. You know, just go a little bit deeper, think a little bit deeper, as I know most of you guys do. I know you do. So it's more than that. So yeah, karma, you fucking cunts, for doing nothing. You know, instead of saving lives, you were complicit in taking lives whilst learning to fucking dance in the corridors. Fuck you. Fuck you. And I got no response. You know, the comment was still there. It was still there. You know, unlike most of my comments that disappear, it was still there. You know, so I think because I pointed it out factually and logically, right, and put yes, I hope that they're fucking stewing in that in their retirement. I hope they stew in that for the entirety of their retirement, because that was a true, proper crime against humanity domestically in our own country under our own noses. And no one did anything. I went to see my mother-in-law and my father-in-law today, and they're very, very frail now because they keep going for it, and the flu, but they won't listen to me. But that doesn't stop me from loving them. I'm going to go for a top up. Right, let's see if we can try and lift the vibe a little bit. What a fucked up world, you know, what a fucked up world. At least I know my dad's not going to go for any more jabs. But then again, you know, if they're successful with the whole rollout of the digital ID system, the slavery system, the B system, then so many people are going to be, even again, there's going to be loads and loads of people out there that are, no, I'm having nothing to do with any of that. Are you not? No, I'm not. Have you got a buffer system? Have you got a buffer in place to try and give yourself some time to think ahead, to stay ahead of the curve? Because part of the, you know, there'll be virtually no jobs left, because it'll be all of the businesses, small businesses, medium-sized businesses will be completely destroyed or swallowed up by corporations, which will then be almost completely automated, apart from engineers running the automation and making sure that they repair stuff to keep the flow going. Which means that there'll be millions and millions of people on universal income. and that will be based on a social credit system like China and a carbon credit system. But it'll also be based on the fact that you're up to date with your jabs. So, no opera. We'll email it, buddy. Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated. Hello, Lady Geek. Long time no see. I do see. Even though you're an infrequent visitor, you are still appreciated, and I recognise the name and the Betty Boo. You know, doing the do. So welcome to tonight. Slight little live stream, little gathering. You are very welcome here. Much love. The question I've not seen asked on any news program is what the fuck would have happened if the cockroach had just been given an appointment. He had the crowbar on him already. Yeah, that's a good point. I did think about that earlier on, but I was thinking maybe it was laying around because pots, for fire, you can have a crowbar, an axe, but then you wouldn't have something like that in an A&E department when you've got piss heads in there on a Friday night. So he must have gone equipped. He must have, And again, if I was in there, no matter how fucked up I was, right, and I saw this fucking shit-skinned little cockroach cunt smashing people up with a crossbar, I'd finish him, or knock him out at a bare minimum, or choke him out. Just choke it, get behind him, choke him out, bring him down, choke him out, fucking really, really choke him out. There's choking out, and then there's crushing the fucking larynx, choking him out. Again, that's where you got to be careful with the choke out. Be careful, because you're using the ridge of this arm here up against the larynx. And if you go in too hard, too fast, you can crush the larynx. So they die from asphyxiation. Oh, that would have been sad, wouldn't it? Little cunt. But yeah, I hope you understand my karma perspective on that. It sounds quite controversial maybe to some people, but karma's karma. If you're complicit, you're complicit. I don't think that the doctor would have survived the encounter. No, probably not. Crowbars are just fucking solid metal, especially if you get one to the back of the head, which is what this woman did, that had a chunk missing. The back of your skull is about a third of the thickness of the front of your skull, which is why headbutts are really good. Fucking headbutt is good, really good. As long as you don't get them on the teeth, get them on the nose, and that's it. It's like, and that buys you a good 5 seconds maybe to finish the job. I do, by the way, Lady Geek, I do apologise for you've come in at a very passionate moment. I'm not normally this dark, but it's just, it's sometimes you need to get shit off your chest, especially if it's the truth. And sharing is release. It's release. This is why people need to keep talking. Keep talking. Talking's important. Even if you talk to yourself, but it's always better to talk to someone else. Know that. Just saying. My brother took all the jabs, even though I tried to tell him not to. He died of a massive heart attack in 2023, aged 51, 2 years younger than me. I'm so sorry, you know. And there's so many other people that can give you an example, a different member of the family, you know, just as loved, just as cared for, you know. A proper, that's what I'm saying. Why the fuck is no one talking about this shit anymore? Oh, it's onto the new thing now. That's gone. The fuck is wrong with people? I'll never shut up. I'll never ever stop talking about it. And in 5 years, if I'm still alive, I'll still be bringing up that genocide of what was the original Google, you know. Go and ask your gran. Yeah, if you do this and do that and do this, you know, I'll show you how to sew, or, you know, loads of wholesome stuff, important little skills, important knowledge based on, you know, 70, 80, 90, 100 years of life experience. You can't beat that. You can't beat life experience. You can't beat experience. So I'll keep bringing it up periodically so that no one ever forgets. It can never, ever, ever be yesterday's news. Ever, ever. But I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Geek. And, you know, you're not on your own. You're not on your own. A success story. Going back to a previous live stream talking about the flu jab, I'm really chuffed because my sister has decided against taking it after I sent her the post you put on your channel. Oh. Well, I'm glad that yeah, I'm glad that that made a difference, Michael. And again, this is another example of why everyone should maybe consider speaking out. Maybe everyone should just consider doing something, saying something, you know. And you are, even if it's just your own immediate family, just planting little seeds, just because we've all done the whole megaphone shouting from the rooftops thing. We've all done that, and it's not worked. It's too intense for people. So we've all had to kind of find different ways, just bring it down, more subtle, you know. But we wouldn't do it if we didn't give a fuck, would we? We just think, fuck them. So yeah, that's a contrast there from the previous. Yeah, you see, everyone's got their own story and their own interpretation, and their own experience of all of this fucking nightmare, this unbelievable, crazy, mad, fucked up event that we're going through. We're continuing to go through it. Again, everyone's like, oh no, that's all done now. COVID, it's all done. It's all done. It's all finished. Forget about it. Anyway, I've got to go. Where are you going? It's going for my booster. That's really happening. That's really happening. People saying something like that and then going for a booster. That's how fucking indoctrinated they are. It's mad. It's madness. It's insanity. We're living in an open air, giant, massive open air prison / asylum. And the inmates are running the show. These three that I know of, possibly all, he had concert tickets and didn't want to miss out. I know. I've got extended family members that, you know, we were sat in the garden and it was like, they knew my opinion. They knew that I've been outspoken right from the start. So they knew what my response was going to be, or my reaction, even though it was non-verbal. You know, I can't hide my emotions. I can't do it. I've never been able to do it. If I'm angry, you'll fucking know about it. If I'm upset, you'll know about it. You know, if I'm feeling low, you'll know about it. I won't do a live stream if I'm feeling low. But if I'm feeling passionate about shit, I'll let it flow. Fuck it. You either listen or you don't. You either switch off and move on to the next live stream or you don't. You know, it doesn't matter to me. And we were sat in the garden and Sal was with us. And we were all sat there together. And we got onto the subject of jabs. Someone else brought it up. And my stepdaughter and her then husband, and he turned around and said, well, we wanted to go on holiday, you know, we booked a holiday to Mexico, and I wouldn't have been able to hide the expression. It would have been like, you know, you fucking mug. If you'd have waited, I can go on holiday now. In fact, Reese, my stepson, I shouldn't name people, right? But anyway, you know, he went on holiday. And because of the track and trace thing, I had his phone. He took a different phone with him, new SIM card, so he could still contact home in emergencies, right? I was Reese whilst he had his holiday. Now, some people might be saying you shouldn't admit that on a live stream. I don't give a fuck, because none of that was legal in the first place. None of it. So it's not an arrestable offence. It's not. I falsified my stepson, pretended to be my stepson so that he could go on holiday unjabbed. Fuck you. Come for me, motherfuckers. So to go on holiday, to go to a concert, what the fuck? All they needed to do was wait. Shared info with him, but the reply I got was, I don't do conspiracy theories. You see, the CIA, we all know, they ended up blurring the lines between conspiracy theory and conspiracy fact. We don't do conspiracy. Well, we do some conspiracy theories because it's good to put ideas out there, share ideas. And that's the sign. That is one of the greatest signs of a healthy society, sharing ideas, especially a healthy community, which is more micro, as opposed to the macro, which is even more important. So we do conspiracy theories from time to time. It's good. It's healthy. It's like, I never thought of that. Yeah, so that's quite interesting and quite plausible, right? And then there are conspiracy facts, just facts, hard, solid, indisputable facts. It's just that so many people out there have had their fucking brains scrambled and manipulated and programmed and brainwashed that they can't tell the difference between the two, because they've never had an opportunity, or they've never been told the difference between the two. So they go on believing that conspiracy theories are the same as conspiracy facts. They don't know the difference because they're so fucking narrow-minded, that a lot of these people haven't got the capacity because they're so brainwashed. Most people, including us to some degree, started with our exposure to mental manipulation and indoctrination from our first day at school, however long ago that was. That's why the school system's in place. A free education. To some countries, it's like a free education. Free. Wow. That's amazing. And again, to some countries, it's like free healthcare. Wow, that's amazing, right? But then when you start to look at, whenever the word free, you need to really, really examine that. Pull it apart piece by piece. Again, the NHS, look at the last post I put in the post section, right? That explains the free NHS. And then the free education is because they want to make sure that they get the young minds and then manipulate them. Again, I've told you 1,000 times, but for anyone that's never heard it before, the human brain doesn't stop fully developing. It never stops learning, doesn't stop fully developing. It's not fully developed until your mid to late 20s. And kids, it's the quiet ones that are learning the most because they're observing, listening, taking it all in and learning. So you put kids like that have got potential beyond imagination, right? In an environment like that, where you've got teachers that are also completely and totally indoctrinated, saying to these young children, are you sure you're a little boy? Because you could be a girl. I saw you playing with a doll earlier on. You could be a girl. Sometimes little boys, their brains are trapped inside a girl's body, or sometimes little girls are trapped inside the body of a boy and they need to come out of that. So are you sure? These teachers need to be hung. Hang them. That's maybe a bit too harsh. There are a few other options available before you go to that extreme, but something needs to be done, and something needs to be done about the fucking parents, because this all boils down to the parents. If I had a son or a daughter and I found out that They were teaching the kids like, so what book have you? Because I know me. I would be switched in and connected to my child to the point where I would want to know everything about what they've been taught at school. I want to know. You should be invested in your child. So if I found out that they were that day they'd been reading a book, the whole class together, called My Pregnant Dad, right? Okay. Following morning, I'd be going into the school with my child, saying, right, you go and sit. Is it okay? Speak to a teacher. Can you just look after him for a second? Cheers. Right? Hell for fucking leather. They would know that they were not being paid anywhere near as much for the fucking wrath that would rain down on them from me. And my mum was the same. She might have been a cunt of a mother, right? But she would have been down at that school. Slapping. I've seen her do it. Yeah, you've got parents all over the country doing nothing. And then they end up with monsters for children that are so confused. They don't know what the fuck's going on in their brains. Am I a boy? Am I a girl? Should I be wearing a dress? Should I be wearing trousers? You know? And they're thinking, how did this come to this? Apathy. Your fucking apathy and your useless cuntishness as a parent. That's how. Because you're fucking useless. But the parents are indoctrinated. Still not a good enough excuse, though. It's not. Anyway, we need to try and find some fucking comedy out of this. Try and bring it back around. My brother loved to travel. Hence why he took them all. I know it's just not a good enough reason. It's just, but then we're so immersed in all of this to the point we know what's what, we know what's happening, we know what it's all about, you know. And that's it's took its toll on most of us, you know. Nothing that we can't handle, but it has taken its toll from time to time, right? But that's testament to how fucking strong you are and how weak they were and are. You know, no offense. You know, I know these are loved ones. I'm experiencing the same thing. Don't forget that. But when we've kind of delved and started to think deeply about what this is all about, where it's headed, what it's all for, what its purpose is, it can be very, 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 very overwhelming to people that have only just slipped into the reality sphere that we've been in for some time. Very, very hard. It's overwhelming. So there's a part of the brain that wants to kind of just like shut it all out. No. La, 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 la. You know, I'm telling you now, ignorance is not bliss. All you're doing from being ignorant, not you guys, is prolonging the inevitable. And then when it finally hits you, it's gone from a snowball to an avalanche, and you've got to sustain that fucking avalanche. And that's all down to you. The amount of impact that you're going to fucking receive is because of your previous ignorance. Karma. You fucking deserve it. And you'll benefit from it if you survive it. And it's survivable. Look at us. Look at me. You know, All of that happened all at once, you know, all of that fucking horrificness all happened all at once. And then there was the aftermath. But we've all got our own testaments to this, all of us, all different, but all the same. It is a shame, Michael. I'm so pleased my mum listened. See, I love to see another happy, you know, Michael got me on the, you know, that got to me. So it's nice to see just like these little rays of light coming through the clouds like that, you know. So you might have lost one, but you've another one survived. So this is what I mean. Maybe this is what our purpose is, to keep going out there and trying to get people to survive by planting seeds or doing whatever we can. Never give up, never stop, build momentum, keep going, charge through it, you know. Fuck the government and fuck consequences. Don't let any of that stop you, as long as you're honest, as long as it's the truth, you know. Don't lie, don't bullshit. You know, stay on a righteous path, fucking force your way through, save lives. Oh, you know, when I say again, they've made terms like that, swear words, stay home, save lives, whatever the other one was, you know, the power of fucking three. Well, you genuinely can save lives whilst they're taking them. Yes, mate, it may have saved her. Keep on sharing. Keep on sharing. Keep on sharing. Don't stop. Don't stop. School teachers have never left the education system from school. They go on to college or university and then go back into school as a teacher, totally indoctrinated. Yeah, it's just one loop, you know. Indoctrination back into indoctrinating others, that they go on to indoctrinate others. We need to break that fucking cycle, and we will. But there's going to be a lot of we're going to lose a lot of people along the way. Heading off to bed. Oh, good night, Lana. I do apologise if I missed you. Sleep well and sweet dreams. And thank you for just joining us for a bit. You know, you're always appreciated. Being up since 3:30 in the morning, you know, sometimes that's what time I go to bed. Well, not go to bed, but go to sleep. It's shocking, but I know that it's outside influences. Yeah, you know, try and work on your sleep patterns above anything. Eating well and sleeping well, and then the rest will follow. Hello, David. You're matey. You're all right. I was having an email exchange earlier on, and it was very, very interesting. And he pointed out stuff that I didn't know, but it's nice to get another angle on stuff. And the whole Tommy Robinson thing, you know, who was that guy who died in jail for hurty words? And then there was a fundraiser but at the same time, there was a fundraiser for him, for his family, for like funeral expenses and stuff like that, because funerals aren't cheap, you know. So there was a fundraiser for that, and Tommy Robinson's kids at the same time. Where did all that money go? And then you've got, you know, one thing that really does fuck me off about people are people that try to pretend that they have become a Christian when they've got no idea. Fake cunts. So Tommy Robinson, Danny Tomo, Katie Hopkins. I don't think she's become a Christian, but still a cunt. They're all fake. They're all fake. There are people that are cutting ties with them, you know, because they're starting to see through it all. But there are still millions of people in this cunt in this cunt tree. As Gerald Celente would say, of Trends Journal. Go over and subscribe to Trends Journal. He's such a fucking genuine, honest man. He's such a lovely guy. He just wants to help. You know, he don't want anything from you. If you want to subscribe to the Trends Journal, which could give you loads of information on how the stock markets are doing, how gold's doing, how silver's doing, loads of other information, loads of predictions. It's been absolutely been spot on about for years and years and years. And then he always starts off his videos with, "Hello, it's Gerald Celente, and it's Thursday, the whatever." And then he'll tell you the date. Within 2 minutes, he's lost his shit. That Italian passion kicks in. Got a lot of respect for that man. I don't know why I went off on a tangent and ended up talking about Gerald Celente. But yeah, please consider going out, just watch a few videos and decide whether or not you want to subscribe to his channel or not. Where was I? But yeah, just the sleeping thing. I really, really struggle with sleep. I'm an insomniac, and sometimes I nail it, sometimes I don't, and more often than not, I don't. And then it eats into the following day when I finally do go to sleep. And I know I'm not on my own. I know I'm not. It's the silence. You see, most people, pitch black, deadly silent, peace, sleep. Me, pitch black, deadly silent, noisy as fuck. You know? Incredibly noisy when everything is silent. So then, you know, the breath work does work, but not all the time. And it can take a long time. So don't just expect miracles with your breath work. But once you start getting into it and you start doing it more often, sometimes it can take half an hour of just focusing 100% on your breath. Your mind starts to wonder, you know, about this and about that, and you know, the digital ID, and because that is all of these fucking distractions that are going on around us. They are distractions, trying to avert your eyes away from the digital ID system, the B system, which is what they are determined to bring in. And so many people aren't prepared for it. The vast majority of the UK is against it, right? But not everyone's got anything in place as a buffer zone to prepare for it. So yeah, it can take half an hour of just proper focus on your breathing, and then holding it for as long as you can, and then letting it back out of your mouth, and then feeling the air come out of your lungs and out of your mouth, feeling it physically, and then feeling it go in as good air, good positive. I know this sounds stupid, but we've got to find ways to go to sleep. We need good quality sleep, proper REM sleep, because it's tied in with your immune system. It is. So, but there's loads and loads of like guided meditations and stuff like that. There's loads of plinky plonky music that you can listen to. There's different resonances that you can listen to, one for sleep, one for healing, one for this, one for that. You know, you can listen to it all, you know, and just try and relax and go to sleep. But some people just need silence, but then silence can be deafening. You got to find your way, whatever it takes. Right. Oh. Insomnia. I also suffer with it. One thing that I've found, Lady Geek, that guarantees me good sleep is I have to put my head down about this angle and then run at a wall from about 7 or 8 meters away. And that's it. I'm out for the count. I wake up on the floor, a bit cold, and I go to bed. No, don't do that. You don't want to do that, love. No. It'll fuck you up. Oh dear. But yeah, breathing. Just breathe in and focusing on your breathing. Because all your focus is then on your breathing, imagining all of the air that you're taking in through your nose as being positive, and feeling all of the air, because you can feel it going up your nose. You can feel it. Focus on that sensation. I know this sounds stupid to some people and boring to some people. I know, but we're all struggling because we've all got so much going on. We're all seeing so much going on. Whilst everyone else is like, I'm going to go to bed now and think about what's going to start off in Coronation Street next time it's on. We're not like that. Shit like that is so unbelievably irrelevant to us. So we end up struggling to sleep because our minds don't shut the fuck up. I'll watch some meditation videos which have helped. Yeah, they do help, Lady Geek. I'm glad it's geek and not gaga. Eternally grateful for that, as I'm sure you are. I'll be up late tonight. Strong coffee and 100% chocolate have me a little bit wired. What the fuck? I can't drink tea or coffee past 6 o'clock because it's like that. You know, I'm just wired. Wired is a great word for it, you know. So I do try but then alcohol is a stimulant. So this doesn't help, but I don't drink during the week, and because I don't drink it, again, going back to when Sally died, I was drinking a bottle of vodka a night, every single night, you know, sometimes a 70 cl bottle, sometimes a litre, and I just pass out. So I ended up building up quite a big, you know, the more I was drinking, the more tolerance I was building up. So bad. It's so bad. It'll fuck you up. And it's a depressant as well. So if you're already feeling low and you're trying to sort of drown your sorrows, and if you're trying to drink to forget, drink to relax, drink to sleep, it's a vicious circle, because the following day you end up waking up feeling like shit and waking up feeling tired still, because you've not actually got proper decent sleep. You just think you have. And then it depresses you because it's a depressant. So You know, it's just a vicious circle that if anyone's trapped in that circle, please try and work your way out of it. Just drink maybe once a week or not at all. That the way you've got, you know, something to look forward to on a Friday night, you know. But my tolerance levels come right down, which is one of the reasons why I want to try and shorten the live streams a little bit, because I do think that once I get past sort of 2.5 hours, 3 hours, I start talking bollocks, and I don't want that. I don't know why it's making plinky plonking noises. Fuck off. Insomniacs United. I do like that emoji, mate. Because you can be so wired that you could be so knackered you want to just go to sleep, and the harder you try to go to sleep, the more difficult it becomes. And that's where you need to try and hone all of your focus into your breathing. You know, feel it, focus on the feeling of it, and then the breathing out, the holding of the breath, and then the letting go of the breath very, very slowly, and then an intake very slowly, holding it, and then letting it out. Just feeling it, noticing it, focusing on it. It does help. It does. Really struggling to sleep properly at the moment as well. I think one good thing you've got going. Hello, Sal Misra. Hey up, sweetheart. You're all right. I would have just spotted you. Welcome to the party, darling. Yeah, one thing you've got going for you, David, is you've got a significant reduction in EMFs where you live, because you live in such a beautiful, quite relatively remote place. So you are quite blessed in that. You're blessed in many ways, you know. So you have got that. You have got that on your side. But unfortunately, because we're thinkers, and you know, because we see, it's on our minds, and because we've got hearts, it plays on our minds, and it affects us. It affects us. So we just have to find ways around it. We've got to keep trying different things, and if that worked then but doesn't work now, then we need to find something that works now. And then in the future that might not work, and then we just have to try and find something else. Keep trying, you know. But breath work has always been, that's been probably one of the most, breath work whilst listening to Alan Watts. That's a great combo. But not AI Alan Watts, actual recordings of Alan Watts, because with AI recordings of Alan Watts, they can sound very similar, almost identical. But there's no humanity in a fucking robot, an AI generated voice. So maybe consider that combination, because he was a very wise man, you know. He's in my top 3 people, past, present, you know, living, dead, of people that I would love to spend an evening with, you know. I really would. But yeah, I like that introduction that you've got there, Sal Misra, Mandy. Hello. And is that a duck? Is that a duck? The doctor gives a week's supply of sleeping tablets when it's really bad. Is that Zopiclone? Lady Geek? Zopiclone. That's usually the go-to as far as sleeping pills are concerned. But you know, I don't have them anymore either because they don't work on me. They used to, but they don't anymore. So I don't have them anymore. So I am relying on myself now. And they come in two different strengths. You've got your 3.75 milligram and you've got your 7.5 milligram. And it's a 7.5 milligram that I had. And no, used to work, but they don't work anymore. So I don't have them, you know. I've not had them for years because they don't work for me anymore. They don't do anything. And I don't think there's anything else out there that does. So that can be a good thing because you end up reverting back to relying on yourself, not medications, you know, not the drug dealing GP, which is what they are. The drug dealers, that's all they are. Psychiatrists, drug dealers, that's all they are. I'm sure there are some good GPs out there still, you know, one in 1,000 maybe. I think that's a pretty accurate guesstimation, which is very sad. Because they all rent a room. They're all self-employed. They rent a room like a barber rents a fucking chair. And then they get calls from like my stepnephew, you know, that was his job. Hi, I'm from blah 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 pharmaceuticals. I can't give names away. We've got, you know, we know that you sell this particular, you do this particular antidepressant. We've got a new one here, and we were wondering if you would mind considering, you know, we'd be prepared to give you X amount of percentage bonus on X amount that you pass on to your patients. That's how it works. Look it up. It's the truth. They are drug dealers. They are not healers. They are dealers. I've had a milky hot chocolate with squirty cream on top. Now, I've got a fetish for watching women lick the creamy bit off the top of hot drinks, beverages. It's called hot chocolate creamophilia. I have looked at to see if there are any groups that I can join. And all I get is just very, very strange looks off people. You know, there's no fucking help out there for me. Me and my fella got drunk the other night. Oh, where's this going? You got drunk by accident. It's like I just fell onto a bottle of vodka, and the way I landed, I just landed like that. I caught my foot on the bottle. The bottle flipped in the air, landed in my mouth, and it was like, I was pissed. It was a complete and total accident. But yeah, having too much fun on our DJ's decks. Is that a metaphor, you dirty bitch? Sorry. Let me just go for a wee. That was a long one. My arm's aching. Oh dear. Where were we? Yeah, back to the right. So falling on our DJ decks and dancing, felt shit next day. Was a laugh though. It's all that. You see, it's all about it. Just kind of create those magic moments, those memorable moments, and have some fun. We've got to make sure you have some fun. You know, be the light in the dark. It's good for you, and it's doable. You know, look, the world is literally falling apart around our eyes and our ears and our heads, and you know, just find the time to have some fun. Have some fun. You know, it's so important. It's good for you. It's good for you. The mind and the body intrinsically links, and if you don't have some fun, your body, you'll feel it. It'll start to affect you. If you're low all the time, you don't have any fun, you don't have a crack, you know, you'll start to feel it. It will manifest itself in your body, you know. So have a crack. Grow up, Terry. What are you, fucking 9? I can't do the hangovers anymore. No, I don't get hangovers anymore because I don't drink during the week. And when I do drink, I drink a very, very clean drink. So gin or vodka with fruit juice that's not from concentrate and tonic water, or just water, distilled water. Maybe with a pinch of sea salt in there, and then stir it. Most people can't be asked. Fuck that. Stir it. So you build up this little kind of little whirl thing going down, and then stir it the other way. So you've got the little whirlpool going down, and then you will bring some electrolytes back into your body again, because apart from being a fucking major diuretic, right? It's a depressant as well, you know. So it's not good either way, not really. But if you are going to have a drink, make it a clean one, you know. Make it a clean one. I mean, generally speaking, in my life, I'm an all or nothing kind of guy, you know. I can't just go to a pub and have one pint. You come into the pub for a pint? What, one? Yeah, just one. Nah, I'm all right, mate. But I'm better than I was, and I don't drink during the week. So anyway, do 2 live streams a week, shorter ones. That's not a bad idea, that, Mandy. Maybe one on a Tuesday and one on a Friday. Yeah. You see, look, I'm sure some of you have noticed I've not been doing walking talks. I've not been doing prepping videos because the channel's creeping up, and I don't know what else to do. You know, I don't want the channels to get big. You've got people that are pulling out all the stops, doing everything they possibly can to grow their channel. I'm trying to do the opposite of that, you know, and it's not working. So, but I get a lot out of live streams, and I think that some of you might as well. So I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop doing live streams. And I do want to start doing more videos, but I don't want the channel to grow. So it's a little bit of is oxymoron. Is that the right word? Is that the right term? I don't know if it is or not. You know, I'm having a thick night tonight. I'm having a day off. Oh, but that's a good idea. That is, Mandy. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, it is. I'm sorry that so they don't work anymore. Right. So Zopiclone. Right. Okay. They don't work anymore for me either. That's why they don't prescribe more than, say, 4, sometimes 5 at a push. In extreme cases, you might get a week's worth, which in a lot of cases can help people to get back into a sleep routine or a sleep pattern where they go to bed, they pop one of these 7.5 milligram, the maximum adult dosage for Zopiclone. They pop one of them, they lie back, they go to sleep, and then they get up the following morning and they don't feel too bad. You don't feel too bad in the morning, right? And that can get people back into it, back into a sleep pattern again, But I don't think that happens for people like us very much, because we've got overactive minds that matches an overactive world. So, but yeah, they don't prescribe more than that, because they can be addictive, because for most people, us excluded, for most people, imagine having a button next to your bed where you can lie down, press it, sleep. That, for most people, is Zopiclone, which makes it psychologically addictive. On top of the fact that your body builds up a tolerance for Zopiclone very quickly, to the point where it's just irrelevant anymore. It doesn't do anything. So it's pointless. So that's another reason why I don't have anything like that anymore. Breath work and focus. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And Alan Watts, our Alan in the bedroom. Right, Alan. Yes, Terry. Do your thing, man. Okay. Are you ready? Yeah. Relax. Define relax. Oh my God. But yeah, find a way, Lady Geek. You will if you're determined enough. Sounds like one of those brilliant unplanned nights that are worth. All the best nights are unplanned, always. When you plan, right? You plan that, right? And that was relying on that going right. Unplanned shit is organic. Everything needs to be organic. Marches, protests, uprisings, revolutions have to be organic, not organized. And I've said that from the start. It's the only way it'll work. The morning after the night before. That was I don't know if you know that, but I'm sure that was a film that was based in Nottingham. And it shows a factory. It was in the 60s or 50s. It shows a factory where my mum worked for about 4 hours. And that's all she's ever worked in her life. But loads of people in Radford worked at Players, which was a fag factory. You could get paid in fags and cash, or just all cash. Loads of footage of Nottingham in that film. Brilliant film. But then I'm biased because it's around Nottingham and it shows loads of places where I know. Not one single cockroach. 99% white British. Always being racist. What, for talking about white British, which is a white country, when we had fewer problems? A fraction, tiny little fraction of the amount of fucking shit we're having to tolerate now. Is that coincidental? I don't think so. Anyway, yeah, gin is a mother's ruin, but it's also out of all spirits that you might want to drink, right? Gin has the least amount of calories, so that makes it even cleaner. And I did a video on the gifts that I gave out to all the ladies in the family, you know, and I made my own slow gin with berries that I foraged down the road. And my mother-in-law had a little bit of I took the presents down today, you know, it's a long story, right? And she cracked the bottle open and had a little bit of a tipple with her and her old man, like, you know, and she loved it. She loved it. It makes gin drinkable without tonic water, but it's even better with tonic water. It's such a refreshing, clean drink. You drink slow gin made from organic slow berries, which is what I did, right? And you add some tonic water to it and then drink it. It's almost like your body is saying, this is fucking really nice, Terry. This is really nice. You know? Whereas your body should be saying, you're abusing me. Hello, you're abusing me. But no, because it's to some degree beneficial, medicinal. In moderation, you know, don't just fucking neck a litre of the shit. But gin is probably the healthiest. They used to ply women excessively with gin to induce, you know, that's why it's called a mother's ruin. A mother's ruin, not a woman's ruin. But in moderation, you know. But again, you know, if you've got a drink problem, don't listen to me. Oh dear. Backwards half-wit freeloaders. I can't remember what that was in relation to. I do apologise, Michael. It's a skin to... You make me work for it, David. It's a skin tea. Donald Rumsfeld announcing 2.6 trillion missing from the Pentagon. Then the next day, 747 hits the very office the paperwork was in. Yeah, and there is new footage, new footage. Oh my god, of something very similar to a Scud missile. I don't know if anyone's seen that. Anyway, 2K subs now. Maybe have Hippie Live channel. Yeah, another channel. But I've already got another channel. Maybe I should utilize that. But I need to put a few things into place so that everyone knows, everyone that matters knows, you know. Leave it with me. Used to love listening to Alan Watts after work to unwind with a bitter bliss. Yeah, he's just hot chocolate on the ears, you know. Although, you know, real hot chocolate on the ears could melt your eardrum and render you deaf for the rest of your life. But you get the idea, you know. It's very peaceful to listen to. Now, who else can you say that about? You know, he's no longer with us, and I've listened to everything he's ever said, every recording that he's ever recorded. His son has a channel, and it puts you at peace because he doesn't talk shit. It's logical. It's logical peace. And anyone that's listening to this now is sick and tired of listening to bullshit and empty promises. Just bollocks, absolute bollocks, and the destruction of freedom of speech. Whereas Alan Watts just opened your mind a little bit, and he's got a very, very peaceful, calm voice. So it's just a very, very, very good to anyone that struggles with sleep, maybe give Alan Watts a bit of a go, but make sure it's not AI and it's literally one of his recordings, and just have a listen to it and just lie back, get yourself really, really comfortable. You know, some people can just relax and go to sleep on the back. Some people, like Jordan, sleeps on his face, right, which I can't get my head around. But most people sleep in the fetal position. Maybe that's a comfort thing that we remember from, you know, the safety of the mother's womb. Who knows? Who knows? You know, our memories go back and our sensations go back to a very, very, very early age. You know, even though you at the front of your mind, you've forgotten about all that. Subconsciously, you don't forget about that. It starts then, you know. In fact, it starts from that flash. You know, please look up the divine spark. They've managed to capture the divine spark, a little flash of when that one successful sperm is allowed in to the egg. Flash. Doesn't happen with all conceptions, but I could probably quite comfortably say that it happened with yours. That was meant to be a alternative world for joint, but blocks me saying it. Odd. It does, mate. Just know it's got nothing to do with me. You know, I'm all about freedom of speech. I'll never, ever, ever self-censor, ever. I think sometimes I'm a bit careful around certain words, but I think I do that from time to time because I don't want to offend anyone. And I think there's certain words that you don't need to say. There's certain words that some people will say just to get clicks and likes. You know, I'm speech me, look, because I'm saying the word nigger. Ooh, you know, yeah, I did. I said it, you know. There's no need to say that word. There's no need for black people to use the word nigger. You know, they're just cunts, low IQ cunts if they use that word. They are. In fact, there's lots of proper self-respecting black people out there that would call people that call other black people niggers, right? Niggers. They would. There are black people and then there are niggers. You know? And to anyone that hates that word that's black, then be a part of a community that is relinquishing that stereotype. Because the vast amount of stabbings and shootings in this country are by black people, and black people are in a significant minority in this country. So that blows it right up even more. But not all black people are niggers, you know? And I'm not just continuing to say that word to get a rise either. I'm just saying freedom of speech is freedom of speech, you know? And especially if they are saying it, I'm going to fucking say it. Fuck you. Sick and tired of being considered racist just because I'm white. You know, the most oppressed race on the earth in this world are white people. So go fuck yourselves if you're thinking like that. Anyway, Gerald Salente does that as well. You know, he'll fucking lose his shit. And then he'll be like, anyway, Gerald. Anyway. And he'll just reclaim the composure, you know, which sometimes I struggle to do, you know. Again, it's I get passionate about stuff. They're coming for you, David. That wasn't me, David. Is that your end? I could listen to David Attenborough. You fucking winding me up. David Attenborough is bought and paid for, right? But I don't think he's an evil man. I just think he's been indoctrinated because he's been out. Look at his career, which spans, what, 6 decades? Something like that, 7 decades. That's a long career. So he's traveled out and he's seen the depopulation of this species, the depopulation of this species, the depopulation of this species, the depopulation and the destruction of this environment, the destruction of this unique environment, on and on and on and on and on. And that's all he's seeing. And he's right. He's right. And who's caused all this destruction? Man. So he's right. But because he's seen all of this and he's experienced it and he loves nature, you know, just like I do, you know, just like most, if all of you do, you know. And the dirty, filthy, creepy little cretin fucking maggots in the WEF have got their claws into him. So now he's thinking, yeah, we need to depopulate the planet because he's been brainwashed. So I don't think he's a bad man, but he's been turned into a cunt. He's allowed himself to be manipulated based on what he's seen and witnessed with his own eyes. You see, I've seen rivers that have just been filled with plastic bottles and nappies and all manner of junk, completely lifeless rivers that would be flourishing, full of trout and salmon and all manner of life, you know, if it wasn't for man. So I can see why people like that would think, yeah, we need to depopulate the planet. But then on the flip side, we've got the world, well, the WHO and the WEF both saying we're now approaching 8.5 billion or 9 billion, or it depends on what mood they're in, whilst showing you heavily populated cities that are just crammed. It's like an ant's nest, that a polluted, fucked up ant's nest, right? That's all they show you, these big, really, really overpopulated cities. And then they tell you that it's 7.5 or 8 or 8.5 or 9 billion people. And it's exponentially growing. You know, it is exponentially growing. Probably not so much now because everyone's sperm counts have gone through the ground. Viable eggs have gone through the floor because of the radiation from the Wi-Fi, from the EMF that's penetrating young girls' ovaries and fucking them up. You know, when we were at school, we didn't have anything like that at school. So girls went on from my school and had big families and had families, no problem. You know, now it's a completely different matter. So I can sort of see where David Attenborough is coming from. I've had moments where I thought, yeah, you know what? There are definitely useless fucking eaters on this planet. But who has the right to depopulate the planet? Who has the right to do that? We should be left to our own devices. Nature would recover. It would. Plastic is a problem. You've all got plastic in your body. The average human has an approximately 1 tablespoon, like a soup spoon, of microplastic in their brain. So, but there are so many different things that you can eat to get microplastics out of your body. There's loads of things. Kimchi, fenugreek, they're the 2 most powerful ones. And I've got shitloads of fenugreek. Kimchi, I've not given that a go, you know. But if I can make it without the fish, liquidy fish fucking, if I can make it without that, I'll make it. I mean, I'm already, because that's fermented vegetables, right? Fermented vegetables have seen people survive at sea without landing on any land. Fermented vegetables packed with vitamin C and prebiotics, which are great for your gut. You look after your gut will look after you, right? So I'm about to make my own, and I keep forgetting what it's fucking called. And I've got the little glass things. Glass thing. No, it's still intact. And some people just use wood, you know, but I don't trust wood unless I've chopped it down from a tree or a dead tree and chopped it down, and I know what's what with it. Then yeah, maybe, right? But glass, you can't go wrong with glass. Glass is natural. Glass is sand. It's sand, you know, heated to a ridiculous temperature to turn it into this beautiful glass. And then I've got that. So I'm going to make my own, what's it called? And I've got loads of broccoli leaves and loads of cabbage leaves that are like, fuck off to the frost. The frost doesn't give a shit. The plants don't give a shit about the frost. So I can still make the, help me out here, guys. Not kimchi, the one that's Eastern European in origin. But again, it's provided good, healthy food for people on voyages to explore new places, you know, hundreds of years ago. And I'm going to be making a start on that tomorrow. So you basically put the cabbage leaves and, you know, bits of carrot and stuff like that, other root vegetables in there, and then some sea salt, some good quality sea salt in there, and then you just pack it down, put the lid on it. It starts to expand. You put more in there, it starts to expand, and you keep putting that on to keep it underneath the salt water, the brine level. And it's an incredible prebiotic, so healthy, so good for your gut. Your gut, you've got to look after your gut, your second brain. They're trying to attack your brain. They've already attacked your brain. They've already done that. Your first day at school was the first day of indoctrination. So they've programmed your brain. Even if you feel like you've not been programmed, you've been programmed. You have. It's just that until you become aware of the fact that you've been programmed, then you can make a start on deprogramming your brain. Your gut can't be programmed. It can't be. So look after it. Look after it. That's where all your instincts are. Your second brain. 500 million neurons in your gut, you know? And fermented vegetables can do that. Oh, tell me what it is. Fermented cabbage and I've got some in my cupboard. I hate it when I always forget. Look, I've got a half decent vocabulary, right? But you know, when I reach for certain words, they fail me. Sauerkraut. And so you can buy shop bought sauerkraut, but I'm making my own in that jar, right? And it can last for years. You know, it's we need to try and figure out on how to keep food preserved and healthy and good for us without refrigeration. And I'm also making my own bean sprouts in a jar from mung beans, M-U-N-G, mung beans. Or if you're a Tommy Robinson follower, a mung beans. And again, it's very, very straightforward. You can just do it in a jar, just any jar, an old pickle jar or an old beetroot jar, stuff you've already got laying around. Really healthy stuff. So I'll have my own bean sprouts. Bean sprouts that you get from a Chinese takeaway are from mung beans. Just grow your own. They're so easy. Just keep changing the water, giving it a bit of a flush out, empty the water back out again. Don't put the lid back on. Just cover it with an old cloth to keep anything out of it. So much we can do. So much we can do. You're buying poison from the shops. You come home fucked from work. You get a microwave meal in plastic, put it in the microwave, put it on 5 minutes, take it out, can't even be asked, put it onto a plate. You just eat it out of the plastic, scraping that plastic, you know, which is one of the biggest causes of dementia and Alzheimer's, right? And wondering why you feel fuzzy and fucked up all the time. Put some fucking effort in. Ross in his painting. I'm so sorry, Mandy. I went on one. I love Bob Ross. Would never get bored of him. Bob Ross. Who's Bob Ross? Never heard of him. Let me write it down. I need to make sure I've always got a pen. And whoever invented these, you know, bless him. Bless him. Right, on it. Happy little accidents. Happy little accidents. Mandy, have you had a little leak from laughing? That's a happy accident, I think. I do apologise. Go and sort yourself out and come back, and we'll be here for you. Because we love you, you know, and shit happens. Every tree needs a friend. Oh, I love that. Who said that? I love that. I've hugged a few trees. Look, I'm not a hippie. I'm not a fucking hippie. Someone picked this name. I'm not a hippie, but I've hugged trees because I fucking love them. I love them. You know? And they're helping us. They're helping us. We don't need, you know the score. They soak up so much CO2. You know, we know it's a scam. Sauerkraut. Sauerkraut is a fish-free form of kimchi. Yeah, I know it is, mate. That's what I'm saying. But I would love to make the kimchi without the fish, so I can still have the heat and the spices and the flavour, but without any fish in there. You know, because I don't like the idea of that. You see, everyone's familiar with ketchup. Now, ketchup was ketchup, right? It was I'm sure it was Chinese, and it was like a fish gravy. That triggered my gag reflex very fast. That was the original ketchup, right? And then it was evolved from like a fish gravy to a mushroom sauce. That was the next version of ketchup, and then it was tomato that we know today. Tomatoes and sugar. But I've never tried kimchi because of the fish in it. Even though I've got 2 jars. Oh, that sounds good. I might try doing that. Read the bloody comments. Sauerkraut. I'm so sorry, mate. I get behind. You know what I'm like, David. I go on one. Till I've had a few spellings gone Pete Tong. No one gives a fuck about spelling. We read between the lines in our little tribe. It's not a problem ever. We know what you mean. You don't need to worry about being predictive, doing the predictive text or anything like that. Just get it and don't worry about it. We can read between the lines. There's no problem. I know, Michael, I should really. Hello, Lily. The Queen of Seattle. How you doing, sweetheart? You all right? You had a good day? Having a good day. I don't like saying you're a bit behind us in America. You know, I don't like saying that because it doesn't sound very nice. But time-wise, you are. So you'll be what, 1 o'clock, 12 noon, 1 o'clock over there at the moment. Let's put some happy trees over here. Oh, I like the sound of this guy. Never heard of Bob Ross either. Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't, David. We don't make mistakes, just happy accidents. I like that. That's a lovely little phrase. Yeah, I'm very, very interested in who this guy is. Jordan. Been somewhat listening in, or been somewhat listening in, had a mate turn up as live stream started, was showing him the shit in some foods and 3D printed meats. Yeah, it's disgusting. Turned his stomach low. Brilliant. You know, that stuff like that, Jordan, it lifts me up, you know, and what Michael said earlier on about, you know, it lifts me up. Because we are making a difference. If you think you've just made a tiny little fucking shard of difference, if everybody did that, it would make a massive impact. Massive. You know? So don't think that you're not making a difference. Don't think that you're not making change, because you are. As long as you put the effort in. You know, it's important. It is, because it's going to. The more effort more people put in, the softer the blow. You know, even though that blow's going to be hard, regardless. Change is coming, and it's going to be massive. You know, the world that we lived in is going to be. It's already unrecognisable, but I think to some degree, a lot of that is because we're paying attention to it, whereas a lot of people aren't. But how it goes and how it turns out, a lot of that lands in your laps. It does. But yeah, good on you, Jordan. Good on you, brother. The Somalian should hear that. Hear that? Hear what? What did I say? Bit of Bob Ross, you mean? Hey, are you Somalian? Yeah, mom. Oh, Google. Right, well, whatever you just said, listen to Bob Ross. bit of Bob Ross, and the next thing you know, they're like, which translates to, I don't want to go and machete anyone up today. You know, they're chilled because they've done a bit of Bob Ross. I'm getting into it. I know what he's all about before even listening to him. I hope that's what you meant, David. All is well in the smog. Oh, I was way out there, Lily. It's still afternoon, so you've still got some daylight left. You know, it's pitch black here. As are the Somalians. Was painted. Oh, I know who you're on about. Did you ever see the? So he was, if I'm right, he did a painting, and then something like a day later he did another painting, and then another day later he did another painting, and everyone was like giving him loads of shit, saying, "Why do you keep painting the same painting?" He didn't. It was a time lapse. That's how fucking clever he was. If I'm right, let me know if I'm right. So they sped it up. Each one of these paintings was a journey through a landscape. So to narrow-minded fuckwits that had some level of retardation and an inability to see beyond what he was doing, that was genius. If I'm right, let me know. So it was painting after painting. So they didn't see the changes from each painting. They didn't see it. They were just looking at one painting and just then looking at the next one thinking, well, they look the same. And they did to some degree, but there were slight differences. He was changing it. It was a journey, you know? That's art. In fact, let me just check, because I want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about here, because if I'm right, then if you get to see it, it will blow your mind. Don't fuck me about. Bob Ross. Fuck off. Yeah, it is him. That's interesting, you know? That I didn't know you were on about until you said he was a painter. And all of a sudden, it just clicked into my head. Bob Ross Journey Paintings. I was right. I don't like saying, oh, I'm right. I don't like saying that. But I'm just so chuffed that I was right, you know? So look up Bob Ross Journey Full.
What makes your teeth unique is what makes them hard to clean. A worn brush head makes cleaning even harder, leaving more bacteria
Do you know what?
behind. But a new Oral-B brush head fully adapts to the hard.
If I ever get control of this world, I'll ban adverts. That'll be my first thing. Ban adverts, then deal with all the cockroaches and anyone else that doesn't love this country and the people that are in it and its ways and its traditions. Get them all gone. You know? All of them.
Let me show you what crazy thing I've got going up here today. Today I've taken a crazy canvas here, double prime, pre-stretched.
You can't appreciate it from that phone. Please, if you've not seen it already, have a look into that. That's art. That is beauty. Beauty. You know? So he did one painting, then another painting that looked almost identical, and he was being criticised. You know? You've just replicated the same painting, and then you replicated the same painting again. He was creating a time lapse of a journey, and it is beautiful. I just did that. He's one of them. But thank you, Carl, because you triggered something in my head. A small acorn turns into a mighty oak in time. It does. It does. And I've got I'm aware of the importance of excuse me, walnut husk as being a cancer fighting natural food stuff, right? As is wormwood. Most cancers are caused by parasites. But I'm not a doctor. But they are. So I've come up with as many solutions with homemade remedies and homemade supplements to combat and rid my body of or make it as difficult as possible for parasites to live in my body, because I've had cancer twice. So I don't want it to come back again, because I do think if it came back a third time, it'll come back with a vengeance, you know. So wormwood and black walnut husk, they're two very, very important things. I've got wormwood seeds ready to start planting up and growing myself, but walnut husks, I haven't got any of that. And I don't know of any walnut trees around anywhere close to where I live. But I've started to grow, I've got a plant growing from a walnut. So with you saying that, Jordan, I'm planning on planting this walnut plant, which will turn into a walnut tree. And it'll be a walnut tree that I will never get to see. You know? We need to be making sure that we are the opposite of selfish. Planting things that future generations will benefit from, which is the polar opposite of what our governments are doing. So I'll never get to benefit from that walnut tree. Never. But future generations may. And that matters. I love the idea of that. It's like planting the seed of a tree like an acorn, knowing that you'll never be able to appreciate the shade from the sun, you know. But future generations will. Your son will. Your grandson, your great grandson will. So, anyway. Ross taught art on public TV. Very mellow guy. Ex-military. Fucking hell. Master Sergeant died at 52, a year younger than me. You know, I think it was probably all that hair, that afro that he had. You know, if you put an afro on a white man, the two things are not meant to go together. You know, so maybe that was it. Maybe that was what fucked him up, having an afro as a white man. Who knows? Sorry, just trying to have a smile out of negativity. But I'm just chuffed that I knew who you were talking about, and the name didn't resonate with me until someone mentioned that he was an artist, and then all that came into my head. Please look that up. What an incredible thing to do. And it's perfect. It's so beautiful. You know, in order to pull something like that off now, you just bit of AI. It takes the humanity out of it. It takes that personal, beautiful human touch out of it. I'll never have anything to do with AI other than maybe a quick Google search with my voice. That's it. I'm not interested. I will never, ever, ever become a grok-tard. Ever. Because all that's going to do is make you more and more fucking stupid. Whether you like to hear it or not. It's a fact. We're living in a world now where we're encouraged to think less and less and less for ourselves. I believe that we've got the ability to locate water through instinct. I think some Aborigines have still got that ability. A sense of direction. We've got sat navs now. I've got a great sense of direction. I've never got lost. Come close a few times. Some very remote places where we've gone on hiking and the visibility's gone down to fuck all. I've always got us back, because I've got an innate sense of direction. Sal had an innate sense of time. I could say, Sal, what time is it? Just randomly on a hike. And she'll go, I don't know. Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just say. And she would be 5 or 10 minutes either side, sometimes absolutely dead on. She's not looked at her watch for hours. She didn't even wear watches, you know? So we've all got these instincts. There has been a few articles that have been produced recently. Now, I don't know what you guys know about numerology and the number 33, you know. It's a proper calling card here, there, and everywhere. Once you start seeing it, you can't unsee it, you know. But there are people that insist that we have 33 instincts, 33 senses. I don't believe that. We could have more. We might have less. We just don't know. But these are instincts that are very real that we've lost touch with. The ability to find water. You can have a farm in the middle of nowhere, right? You build a pond, right, that's permanent. Next thing you know, you've got frogs in there. Where the fuck did they come from? It happens. So, yeah, anyway, technology is taking away all of your senses because you're getting lazier and lazier and lazier. You're becoming a fucktard, you know? Not you guys, I'm just saying in general. Hone your senses, you know? Go back into yourself. Bring it all that back out again. You can, it's there. This is not la-la, this is science. This is real. And AI and stuff like that, it's just making us lazy and stupid. Why do you think people aren't fighting back in the numbers that we would have been expecting by now, which would have been normal and natural by now? You know, I've witnessed violence. I've witnessed massive fucking chaos around me as a young boy. You know, the Radford riots, the Hyson Green riots. The council tax riots. Oh man. Yeah, no one's got that spark anymore. No one's got that, well, fuck this. I have. And I think that's because I've not let go of me, you know, and I refuse to let the nature of me be devoured by technology. And I never will. Don't become a groctard. Try and fight the temptation of going down that road, you know, because it's not going to do you any good. It won't. We've got all of this knowledge at our fingertips, right? Which could also be a little mini bomb. Bye-bye hands. Bye-bye half your head. You know, there's talk of, again, it's just talk, but I like to keep an open mind of a 12-minute war. What kind of war could end in 12 minutes? And then you look at those pages, as in pager, like pre-mobile phone. I used to have one. And they were all exploding at exactly the same time. And maimed a lot of people. And they were pagers. They would have had a much smaller charge in them. What's to say that these mobile phones, that people can't walk from one room to a fucking another without having in their hands or in the pockets? You know, blow your cock off. Women, you might be all right. You know, all your stuff's tucked inside. But what's to say that that's not all part of it? They've already made one demonstration of that with the pagers. And then you've got Netting Cunt Yahoo. I think that's his original name. Or is it Netting I'm a soulless fucking wanker devoid of any humanity Yahoo? Something like, he's got a middle name, something like that. Very similar. And he was like, who's got the cell phone? You got a cell phone? Who got a cell phone? You got a cell phone. All of you got a cell phone. You have a bit of, you have Israel in your hands, in your pockets. Israel. Look it up. He said that. And he was responsible for all those pages exploding. So, just saying. I'm not saying that is what the case is. I'm saying that we should be open to all possible possibilities. That's all. Oh, should have put a bit more tobacco in the end of that. I can smell a bit of burnt hair. Not nice. Ross talk, yeah. Gone over everyone's heads. They printed on daycare sign, fear not to learn, not learn. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, David. I missed that. I think sometimes the chat goes up and it won't always let me go back up to read them. I did try on the last live stream and I got very angry with the fucking, and it's the only laptop I've got. So just as I'm going like, and all you can see is just little bits of laptop going up in the air. There's an F, there's a U, there's a C, there's a K, and then there's a pause, and then it's like a U. Oh dear. Yeah, I missed that one too. I'm sorry, man. Mix up a little more shadow color here. Then we can put us a little shadow right in there. I like that. See how you can move things around. You have unlimited power on this canvas. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful thing. You see, as a kid, my two heroes of art was David Art. Was it David Art? With Morph and tie my kangaroo down, sport, tie your child a kangaroo down. Rolf Harris, I learned loads of art from him. You know, I had no idea he was a freak. No idea. You know, and you look at all of these politicians and all of these judges and all that. They're all, I would guarantee that most of them are depraved in some way. You just can't tell. You know, we need to get access to their hard drives. And then we need to bring in what would be considered natural punishment. None of this. We need to go through the legal system. It's got to be legal. We need to decide whether they need to go to jail and get paid for by you for the rest of their lives, or let them off. No, the latter is not an option. They all need to pay, all of them. We can move mountains in our world. We can. I believe I've done that. When I ate way too many beans out of my stash, you know. I do think it probably measured on the Richter scale to some degree, you know. It would have come up as a glitch to them, but it was very real to me. AI turns art into soulless product. Yeah, it does. It does. It does my head in. You know, Lana is a very, 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 very talented artist. Her drawings, her paintings look like photographs. They're incredible. You know, she gets the eyes. You've got to work on the eyes. Every painting's got a focal point. Every room has. Every person has. Every man has. Every woman has. Which is the eyes. And she's just mastered that. Now people are doing it left, right, and centre, just AI. You don't need any talent. You're not doing that. You're not creating that beautiful picture. A fucking computer is. You're putting in the parameters. That's what I want. And then the AI does it for you. There's no talent involved whatsoever. None. I might bring what I've got left from a long time ago down and show you what I've done. You know, it's very, very therapeutic. It's very, very good for you. Very calm, very relaxing, because you're projecting what's from your mind. It's another form of focus, just like you're breathing when you're trying to sleep at night because your brain's overactive. You know, the whole breathing thing, the focusing on the breathing. It's the same thing with art. You know, it's the same thing with Michael. You know, when he's I started to learn to play the guitar, just an acoustic, right? And I can only play a few chords, but I can make the chords sound nice. I can't play any songs. You know, I'm not that good. Michael is. But I remember I need to start playing that guitar again, because I remember what it used to do to me. I used to get into a zone, and it was just me, the guitar, and the sound, and I was in a zone. It was like nothing else existed. You know, that's focus. You know, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's so good for you. We need releases. We need to start playing music. We need to start doing art. We need to start meditating. We need to start doing breath work, because we need to get ourselves strong for 2026. AI will dumb people down. No need to think for themselves anymore. Exactly. These aren't my prescription glasses, so bear with me, Tony. Fernienmaffelsen. Tony's definitely way better than that, so I really appreciate that, and welcome to the live stream, Tony. Much appreciated. And your name starts with a T and ends with a Y, just like mine. You know, so I already feel like we're brothers. Oh my gosh. Let me go for another wee again. Again, there are good diuretics. There are that do something. Dandelion's one of them. Is a brilliant diuretic that helps you. It benefits your body. Alcohol is a bad diuretic. Coffee, tea, but then tea again without milk. But then shop bought tea, it's just been sprayed with so many pesticides and herbicides. Unless you buy good quality tea, loose tea, no tea bag, no bag. But this is a bad diuretic, because even though I'm drinking it with proper good, hopefully good quality fruit juice, not from concentrate, and tonic water, I am to some degree replenishing my fluids, but you're still to some degree, if you drink too much of this stuff, you let more go than you're taking in, which means that the moisture, the fluids that you're taking in, that helps to keep your skin looking young and, youthful, it goes out the window. You start to look older because you're dehydrating yourself all the time. He says, as he takes a big glug and goes for a piss. I'll be as quick as I can. It just goes through you like a Porsche. And talking about Porsche, beautiful car, right? Bear with me. Beautiful car. And my favorite Porsche of all times was like probably a mid 1980s Porsche 911 Carrera, right? Beautiful, iconic car, stunning. Porsche stocks have gone down. Does anyone know how much by? Because they bought into we need to make an electric Porsche. We need to get into this green bullshit. We need an electric Porsche, because the beautiful growl, that we'd get from the original Porsche, fuck that off. They want electric Porsches. And some morons did. But not enough. Porsche stocks have gone down by 99%. Good. There's a price to pay for being a fucking moron, I just feel sorry for all the people that work at Porsche. That's more people that have lost their jobs, which again is part of the plan, so that everyone ends up on a universal income, everyone. And in order for you to get your universal income, for you to then feed your family, you've got to be up to date with your jabs. You've got to fight this all the way, which is why we create a buffer zone, build a buffer zone. If anyone here is listening to me that's just dropped in that hasn't got a buffer zone, build one now. I can play guitar, ukulele, trumpet, not at the same time. Oh man, now you've let the side down, Mandy. We're thinking, well, you're a woman anyway, so you can multitask. You know, you can wash the pots with one hand, do the ironing with the other, whilst sweeping the floor with your arse, with a brush up your arse, and then playing the ukulele with your head. But that's still very impressive, you know. I can't play. I can play the pan. The pan, the guitar, very basic. Very basic with the guitar. I can play the triangle, and I can play the pan. Play the pan. I can hear the applause. But that's very impressive, me. Very impressive. Yes. But can you play the pan? You know? But they are good. We all need to get back involved with stuff that makes us feel like we can zone out in a really positive way, you know? It's really good for us. It is. It's really good for us. Lots of artists here on the lock. Yeah, places like that attract people like that, you know? That creative people need peace and tranquility in order to feel whole. And yeah, beautiful places like that will attract people like that. Sally's cousin, we went down to see him. He lived on the Jurassic Coast, and he was an artist, very talented artist, very talented, you know. And he wasn't the only one there. And yeah, I saw some of his art. It was amazing. Trying to get a dramatic ocean. Trying to paint a dramatic ocean. Water's very difficult to paint. You know, I've pulled it off a couple of times, but I think it was fluky. It was just fluky. Lots of yeah. Hello, Jeff. Evening all. Brr, bit nippy in the nest, in the neat. Oh, we've got another Scot. That sounds a bit Scottish. Either way, welcome, Jeff, and nice to meet you, brother. I don't recognise your username, but welcome. I was in a one-man band, but I split up due to musical differences. There's nothing worse than an argument with yourself because you're thinking, I'm going to win. No, I'm going to win. No, I'm going to win. No, I'm going to win. I'll fucking beat you up. I'll fucking beat you up. Next thing you know, you start knocking yourself back. And if you do it in public, you know, the white van pulls up and get taken away. No one sees you again. You don't want that, you know? And piss artists like myself, one of the most interesting artists of all, you know? I still have my 90s toy model Porsches still in boxes. Oh, mate, they'll be worth a bit now, you know, because you want to try flogging that to Jeff Buys Cars. He'll buy it off you. Be like, how much do you want for it? Oh, fucking got to have it, mate. Got to have it. How much do you want for it? Jordan, what do you want for it? I'll give you £1,000. I'll give you £1,000. That's what he's like. Have you seen his fucking toy car collection? You know? Most proper men don't have shit like that. They don't have shit like that. Just saying, you know, that was from the 90s, you know. You've developed into a man since then. Jeff Buys Cars is probably still holding on to a little bit of his childhood, you know. I'm not pulling the guy down. I'm just saying it's unusual to have loads of toy cars like that on display. But each to their own, you know, it's not harming anyone, is it? I can play Panhandle. The Panhandle. Why'd you play Panhandle? It don't work. Oh, do you mean like that? I'm so sorry, Mandy. I don't know where that came from. That was very distasteful. Or not distasteful if you like the taste of iron, you know. Whatever floats your boat. I'd like to make paintings of the lock. Come over, Lily. I'll put you up. You know, you don't have to worry about digs. And I think you've listened to me waffle on long enough to know that you can trust me. Or can you? On a serious note, there's free digs here for you if you want it. You know, if you ever want to come over. Jordan, I got a steel tongue drum. I want to learn. What a literal metal tongue. You could probably get some cream for that, you know, or a mouthwash or something. That'll sort you out, Jordan, I think. Welcome anytime. Got family. Not. Oh, I see you've got 2 offers there. You can get to see the Midlands, hire a car, then go up to Scotland and see David and the beauty of where he lives. And it is beautiful. And I mean, jaw-droppingly beautiful. Absolutely stunning. See, you know, we can just, you could just come over to England, just pay for your flights, come here, I'll feed you. Food, you know, sustenance, quality food and medicinal, right? And then when you wake up, everything will be okay. Oh my God, that's so fucking dark. I'm so sorry. You know, I don't mean that. And then you can jump in your car, your little hired car, little I don't know, little kind of Ford Focus or something. Get something cheap but reliable. Go up to Scotland and enjoy the Highlands. You know, all your accommodation free, paid for, done, dusted, out of the kindness of people's hearts. Sorted. I'm quite looking forward to seeing David's face when I just turn up, you know. Hi, David. Right, Terry. Wasn't expecting you. No, I know, but you did say that I could come and stay at yours. I've got family around, I know, but I don't want any excuses, mate. You know, you did say, you know, you fucking said, man. All right. And then I go in. I want this room. This is where me and my wife sleep, mate. David, I want this fucking room. It's my colour. It complements my eyes. All right, mate. Calm fucking down. Then tell me to calm down, mate. I've just travelled 4 fucking hours to get here. I'm tired. Can you imagine? I wish I hadn't said that now, because I would have loved to have seen the look on your face if I'd have done that. The surprise has gone. Ruined it. For me. I've ruined it for me. She won't have me up now. Bless you, T. Give thanks every day to have been able to live somewhere so beautiful. It is so stunning, mate. I mean, I feel quite blessed to have a caravan as decrepit and as much of it as it's kind of falling apart. And again, it's still waterproof and the heating still works. So that's all that matters, really. but it's smack banging. It's in a field, just in a field. That's it. A damp, fucking cold field. But where it is just jaw-droppingly beautiful. Edale is so beautiful, so beautiful. And I need to just, go up there more. It's good. It's so good for the soul to be around nature. Nature's so good for us. So good for us. It's where we belong. And my heart goes out to people that live in the dead center of big cities where it's just a concrete jungle. That's not nature. That's not natural. It's not good for you. You know, there are kids growing up in London that have never seen a sheep. You know, never seen a big field. People wonder why things are going wrong. Anyway, 6 hours. 6 hours? Fucking hell. So 6 hours, David, will make me 2 more hours more pissed off and more insistent. Pan drums and tongue drums, very relaxing music. Tongue drums. I mean, what's that? It's like dun 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 dun. Next thing you know, you've got loads of fucking aliens around. You're like, what the fuck? I was just trying to chill out. Nature is nurture. Yeah, really feel it there. Yeah, I can imagine. You know, just that peace, that inner peace. It's where we belong. Terry on a great roll. As per usual, don't often get to watch live. Do you know what, Jeff? Because I don't recognise the username, I assume that you were just new to the channel, like. So I do apologise, brother. But yeah, you know, I didn't start out too positive. I ended up getting a lot off my chest, and got a little bit irate. But it's nothing that anyone else wasn't thinking, probably. You know, I don't know. But I did get a lot off my chest at the start of the live stream, and now I've kind of eased into it and calmed down a little bit and going with the flow, which is what I prefer, which I think, which is what everyone probably prefers. No one wants to get stressed out. Stress, you know, aggression and shit like that, all these negative vibrations, they pass on to people, and I don't want to do that. So I'm lucky I moved to the countryside 2 years ago. I always dreamed of it. You're very lucky. But then I feel quite lucky living in Long Eaton, because it's not... Zephyr, leave it alone, darling. Good girl. Because I've got this beautiful stretch of river down the road and a very, very healthy stretch of canal. And I see the occasional kingfishers and stuff like that. I do feel quite blessed. There's a mosque that's about that big in Long Eaton. Bit gutted that there's one there at all, but it's very small. It's you know, not meaning to come across as racist at all. I'm just, if anyone's thinking that, off you pop. It's a majority white town, and it's England, so that's how it should fucking be. Just saying. So I do feel quite lucky like that. We've got loads of aliens, as it is like. Good point, David. Well, especially off the back of what I've just said, and I've just read that. I've been thinking tongue drums was a euphemism. Yeah, so same here. Same here. We live and learn, and I feel like my mind's been very, very expanded. Well, yeah, I can imagine mine from Amazon. I heard and felt the same tea. Finding myself a bit preoccupied with imminent arrival of aliens. Aliens here a long time. Yeah, just always remind yourself that they are drastically outnumbered. And then think about what, again, you know, I'm having to sort of like slow myself down and think, should you say that? Should you? No, fuck off, right? The white race created the advanced world that we live in. The white race, us, the smallest population in the world, made the biggest difference. You know? So the tallest building in the world, right, wasn't built by goat fucking Arabs. It was built by a white European man, or the architect behind it was. In fact, most of the tallest, most grandeur buildings in the world were created by European men. You know, you can take the man out of goat fucking and goat herding. Well, you can't take the goat herder and the goat fucker out of the man. I stand by that. Come hell or high water. So we've obviously got something, and I'm not saying that, you know, all black people are thick, all brown people are thick. I'm not saying that, right? I'm just saying, look at the statistics, look at reality. That's all I'm saying. Who built this incredible structure? Who built this incredible building? Who invented this? Who invented that? Who discovered this? Who discovered that? You know? And then they'll come back at you saying, yeah, it's because you didn't give us the opportunity. That is a cop-out fucking comeback. Fight for your opportunity. Fight for it. And then prove it. Prove that you can do it. You know? So we're living in a country that's being invaded by people that have got a fraction of the IQ of you. They use violence to get their own way. Because they haven't got the intelligence to do it in a methodical, well thought out way. You know? You spit the fucking dummy out and then get the crowbar out, or get the machete out, or get the cock out. You know? Let's get one more top up, and then when I've drank this, we'll bring it down, because I'd like to. I don't want to end up talking bollocks, you know, and what, you know, I probably am already. I don't know. I can't see me through your eyes. All I'm saying is, don't worry. Just prepare and get fit. Once you get yourself down to what you would consider, or what you think is going to be your ideal weight. Once you've got down to that, it's manageable. The hard part is getting down to it. It takes some self-discipline. And once you've gotten yourself down to what would be your ideal weight, which is doable, there's absolutely no excuse for it, really. You know, look, I'm not going to start fat shaming or body shaming. I'm not like that. I like to try and make people feel good about things. Not bad. And once you've got down to that weight, or a weight that you're happy with, then learn some self-defense. Just some basic self-defense. Just basic self-defense could save your life. Just like learning to swim could save your life. It's an extra skill, you know. So if you end up walking over a field, it's like, oh, this is, you know, I don't remember this field, you know. Used to be a lake here, and then you move some of the snow out of the way. You look down. You think, fuck me, I'm on a lake, and all you hear this cracking and creaking. It happens. It does. You know, so just learn some skills. Learn as many skills as you can. So not only will they benefit you moving forward, they'll benefit other people moving forward, and it's just a win-win-win-win-win. You can trade your goods and trade your services. Trade your knowledge. Other people can do the same. You know, we're not meant to live like this. Good to stay a bit more grounded. It is. Grounded is good. Is good. The earth heals, you know. We need to start doing a bit more earthing, and you can get these earthing mats and grounding mats and stuff like that. But you've only got their word for it. You've only got their word for it that it works. When you just plug it in and just stand on it, you'll be great, you know. We don't know if that works. Whereas there is undeniable evidence that grounding, earthing, walking barefoot on grass and sand and stuff like that is extremely beneficial to you, but we don't do it. You know? Oh, it's too fucking cold. Or I don't want to stand in dog shit or a syringe. Right. I'm sorry, I've kind of got a bit behind. Let me just read. Maury Island incident, 1947. I can see from my window the place where it happened. Before my time, of course. Of course, Lily. You're a young lady. I need to write that down so I can look it up. Thank you for that, Lily. Outnumbered, maybe, but only around these parts. And for how long? It's going to come to a crunch before they outnumber us with any significance. It's going to 2026. Probably around summertime. But then I'm hearing a certain date flying around. And again, there have been loads and loads of people who are like, the end is nigh, January 2012. Came and went. Or did it? You know, did something happen? Did something change? Did we veer off in a different direction? Who knows? Who knows? But we're still here, right? And then another one, right? The end is nigh. We're all going to die by 2015. here we are, you know, just fucking freaks. Or do they know something we don't? Just keep an open mind. But there's a specific date that I just keep hearing here and there, you know, just whispers. And whenever I've heard whispers before, I've tried to investigate and there's just been nothing but whispers, but from different areas that are completely not connected. And that's October the 17th, 2016. 7 days after my birthday. So I'm going to have a fucking good birthday. Oh dear. But yeah, it's going to come to a crunch before then because people have had enough. We're going to see another. You see, you get a child raped there. A child raped there. People are fucking tolerating this shit. A wife, someone's wife raped there. Someone's wife murdered there. All by these fucking cockroaches. Right? But when there's a Southport event, that is a killer blow. And that's coming. There's so much stuff around schools at the moment, you know, that something's coming. I don't think that's going to be the main event. The main event's going to have to outdo 9/11. So it's going to be bad. And that's all going to happen in 2016, I believe. And I think some of you believe that as well. We just need that extra fucking shove. I've already got a rocket up my arse, and most of you have as well. But I go out, I'm surrounded by fucking morons that need a fucking slap so fucking hard across their faces that they see a white flash and they come back to reality. But legally, I'm not allowed to do that. So we need to allow nature to take its course, and it will. It will. They have lived in country with no morals, then they come over here. They've emptied the jails out, you know. So the scummiest of scum is in this country and Ireland, you know, and a few other countries that are very, very liberal, you know, like Sweden and oh man, Denmark. It's like the rape capital of Europe, all because of these fuckers. It's not difficult to put these things together. You know, humans were designed to look at patterns in order for us to prepare for that. It's like, that's leading somewhere. And if it carries on, that could happen. Just common sense. But there's a common sense drought. Because there's fucking spike proteins destroying people's brains. Stop getting fucking jabbed. So we are on a collision course, you know, that's inevitable. It's inevitable. It can only go one way. And that's the way that the government wants it to go. So it is what it is. We just need to get smarter, fitter, and tougher. Some of us are there already. And I don't mean that in an egotistical way. It's a fucking realistic thing. But never give up hope. Never give up hope. As long as it's real hope based on realistic, you know, projections and. Well, this is doable. It is doable. It's going to be more challenging in certain areas of the country than others. And when I say the country or the UK, because we are, even though the UK is corporate, I see beyond the corporate aspect of it and see us as a nation that are all going through the same shit together, you know. But there are certain cities in Scotland, certain cities in England, Wales, Cardiff, you know, in Ireland, Northern Ireland and Ireland. I don't see Ireland as separate to us, even though they are, right? But only from a monetary, economic perspective. Get out into your communities. I've done this. I've been out. I've planted loads of seeds in loads of people's heads, in strangers' brains that I've never met before, because I can see what's coming down the road. So I've made allies of people that I've only met once. And again, try proving it was me. And even if I get taken down, I'll be taking one for the team. Be more discreet, really discreet, and fight for your fucking country. Interesting times indeed. Yes, Jeff, they are. They are like nothing we've ever seen. But then when we look back, we can see how it got to this and why it got to this. We can look back. That's a good thing about history, you know. We can look back, and but there's never been anything quite like this attempted before. And I've had that argument with, not argument with you guys, but probably an argument with myself. You know, just a conversation. Sometimes having an argument with yourself is good, because it triggers you to think more and more and more, because you're going into battle with yourself. You know, it makes you think deeper and clearer. So there are just far too many variables. There are far too many variables for this to be pulled off in the sleek, hassle-free way that they are anticipating it to go. It's impossible. Impossible. It's too complex, you know. But it is going to be violent. It's going to be bad. There's going to be losses on both sides. But if you do nothing, you know, it's going to be 10 times worse. That's the situation that we're in, you know. Do nothing, horrific, forever. Like a prolonged gradual destruction of the white race. Or we fucking fight back with everything we've got. But use that, you know, which is something we've got more of. Scientific fact. No racism involved. It's a fact. Generally speaking, you know, generally. So use that. Be as tactical and as discreet as you possibly can. Spend as much time away and be aware of these little listening devices. You know, there isn't, you know, for the most part, some bloke, some fucking disgusting, despicable, vile, gross cunt that should be fighting for their country in the 77th Brigade. You know, it's unlikely that you're going to get someone literally listening, a human listening, but it's all there. It's all being collected. All this information is being collected. Data's the new gold. We know this. So try and discuss whatever you need to discuss away from these fucking things. And they've got quite a reach, you know. If you put them in another room, they can still hear you in another room. Buy some Faraday bags. They're cheap now. And try them out. Make sure they work. And then put your phones in Faraday bags and plot. Plot. Plot just like your government has plotted against you. Fuck them. We can and we will win this. But you've got to think it through. You've got to keep your heads together. You know? I couldn't imagine playing a drum with my tongue. Michael, we know when you were pissed when we went wild camping, you don't realise it. You don't remember, do you? You were playing the drum with your tongue. There was a lot of drool involved, you know. But you did. It was semi rhythmic, you know. I wish I'd videoed you now, mate, so I could send it to you, show you just how talented you are, and then you could then show that to your missus. She'd be like, Michael. You dirty bastard. Oh, and I didn't read the whole thing. There was too much dribbling. You did. It's okay though, mate. It's all right. What area are you? It took me a while to think of that one. I'm sure I did. Great Grimsby. Great Grimsby. I've never heard the term great with Grimsby before. No offense, mate. But Grimsby was a thriving place, you know. Almost all of the cod that was sold in all of the chip shops right the way across the Midlands and a lot of Yorkshire, right, came from Grimsby. Now it's been fucked up, completely destroyed. We've got our fucking government to pay for it. They need to pay. They do. The ultimate payment. Remember, right? Tony Blair couldn't remove the ultimate payment for treason. He couldn't remove it. He just added shit on top of it because it can't be removed. That law still stands. They all need to swing, all of them. So to anyone that still disagrees with the death penalty, maybe reconsider that. You know, have a proper think about it. It just needs to be the right people with loads of evidence. There's loads of evidence there already. You know, we don't need to start looking for evidence. It's there. It's already there. The treason's there. It's obvious. It's in your face. Mouth of the Humber, East Coast, UK. Yeah, Grimsby Docks. It's just like anywhere else in England that was amazing for what it did, and then you had Sheffield for what it did, and then you had Nottingham for what it did, and you had all these. We were amazing. Made in England really meant something, you know. Grimsby cod, you know, Grimsby haddock. It all meant something. And now it's on its knees. Not meaning to pull your tan down, by the way, Jeff. That's not my intention. Not pulling your tan down. Just saying that it used to be way more than it is, significantly so, you know, just like anywhere else in the country. I lived near the city, culturally diverse. I didn't like it. No one does. I'm not disrespectful, but I have a right to say I don't feel comfortable in ethnic areas. No, and you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to feel bad about saying that. Speak your mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, no one, everywhere they go, they turn it into a shithole. You know, it's like, oh, bloody, fucking bastard, fucking. This is too bloody tidy. Everything bloody clean, isn't it? And they go over and they pick up a fucking wheelie bin, tip it out. Oh, that's better. I feel like home now, isn't it? Feel like a home, he says, as he looks like a fucking Muslim convert. They're dirty fucking bastards. Not all of them, but the majority of them are. They don't give a fuck. They come from a third world that's a shithole. A fucking shithole. A rat-infested shit tip. And they come over here and they need to try and turn their environment into what feels like home. You know, a shit tip. Give me one example, just one fucking example of anywhere in England that's become multicultural, that's nice and clean and tidy. There's nowhere. It's a fucking shithole. They're fucking rats. They're rats. Not all of them, but big, massive chunk of them. I've got xXx. I had to orientate myself then. Down the road, right, some xXx. Their house, immaculate. Their hedge, immaculate. Their garden, immaculate. You look into their front room as you're a nosy neighbour. Immaculate. xXx, generally speaking, tidy, clean people. Right? They are. Generally speaking, they are. But not all of them. And then you've got all of the rest. You know? Allah, praise be upon him. Thank you for this shit tip. And the free money from you. Sweet dreams, Sal Mishra. I apologise if I missed you there. I do that. I do apologise. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. The one that gets me is when you think of something, then go to Google it and it is already in the predicted search. I think, I don't know, you know, with these really, really like right up to date modern phones, who knows? But I do think that when you're looking at your phone like that, it's tracking where your eyes are looking. So if you spend an extra sort of 3 or 4 seconds at that particular spot of your screen, again, it gathers that and turns it into data as you know, and makes you into a more efficient consumer. But I don't think they can. In some cases, they can read your mind. Technology is out there now that they can read your brain. They can even decipher your dreams and put them into a format that's readable and understandable. Your dreams. So this is all a precursor to pre-crime, where you can be arrested for something that you've not done yet. which has a lot of room for error. You know, yes, I have had, you know, images in my mind of dragging Keir Starmer through the streets of London with my fingers hooked into his nostrils, dragging him through the streets of London so that everyone can get one in. You know, doesn't mean I'm going to fucking do it. So if you want to try and come and arrest me for thinking that, right? Come on, let's fucking have you. Let's have you. Knock on my fucking door, cunts. And then you've got your facial recognition. Next thing you know, you're walking down the street, just doing a bit of Christmas shopping, get mobbed by cops, cops. Because the facial recognition was glitchy, it made your face look a bit like some armed robber. Next thing you know, you've been nicked. You spend 12 hours in a fucking cell. What the fuck's going on? Yeah, we'd like to apologise to you, Terry. Your face was very similar to someone else's. That's what we're facing at the moment. If you know the right fish merchant, if you know the right people, you're good to go. You're good to go, and no one knows your town better than you. You know. Night sandwich for Oh, I love that. I love that. It's so lovely. You know, look how we are as a little online community. You know, it's so lovely. It's so lovely. It's so lovely. I couldn't have dreamed for anything better than this. Has Jordan gone to bed as well? Good night, Jordan, mate. Cod is what you sell to Southerners. It's like the French with their wine. Don't drink French wine over here. Don't bother with it, you know, unless you want to put it on your chips with a bit of salt. We keep all the best stuff over there. I don't eat fish at all, you know. I eat mostly haddock. Yeah, I just don't eat it. I can't eat something that smells like that. Yeah, Sikhs. You see, Sikhs. They stood shoulder to shoulder with us through God knows how many wars. You know, so just saying, out of all of the brown people, Sikhs are probably, they're never going to be truly British. They're not. I'm just being honest. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. They're never going to be truly British, but they're the closest to British that you can get from a brown person, brown man or brown woman point of view, because they fought shoulder to shoulder with us in so many wars that were probably unjustified, just making more people sick fucking cunts up there richer. That's it. You know, needless death of Sikhs and white people, needless. So, but yeah, they're probably the closest, you know, you're going to get. There's loads of arguments out there saying, actually, I think you'll find that if you're a third or fourth generation brown person, you're British. No, you're not. Because if you're British, you're white. Because it's a European country. Europeans are white. They're white. Get over it. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Now, I could never go to India and go, hold on, Indian. They go, get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. We're talking bollocks, man. They fuck me straight off. Same applies. So, but it's only racist if you're white. Well, I've got more respect for Sikhs. You know, I've got a lot of respect for Sikhs. Apart from there's one Sikh, but he's not a practicing Sikh. And he's I forgot what his name is now. But you see, me and Annie, we were part of the kind of the budding of what became the best Western protest. It was tiny. There was only 5 of us, but it grew exponentially, and it's massive now. This is just up the road. But along comes this Tommy Robinson cunt, right? Because he was a Tommy Robinson EDL member. So he was with Tommy Robinson in the early stages of the EDL. He's a cunt. And he knows I don't like him. We've had an exchange. He knows I don't like him. And I'm a little bit annoyed that so Annie set up a WhatsApp group and invited him into it. So he basically came, because it got quite big, this protest. He came along and commandeered it, you know, and hijacked it, you know, because of his fucking ego. He's a cunt. And I'll tell him to his face. In fact, if I don't feel too rough in the morning, I'll go up there and I'll film him, and I'll use my intellect against him to get a rise out of him and show you his true colours. He's a cunt. There's loads of photos of him with Tommy Robinson, you know. And again, to all you Tommy tards, you are a tard. You're a fucking tard. You are. And I would tell you to your face. I would. And anyone that knows me will know that I'll tell you to your face. Google tries to put us in echo chambers. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. As long as you're aware of that, you can avoid it, or at least try and avoid it. You know, as long as you know, every now and then, if you think, hold on a minute, bring yourself back out of that hole that the algorithms have pushed you into. Bring yourself back out of it, shake yourself off, and then, you know, pull yourself together. Because this is something that so many people are not paying attention to, which is why we've got Tommy Tards and Danny Tards, you know, Danny Tomo. We're going over to France, and we're stabbing up all of these fucking dinghies. Look what we're doing, right? Can you help us out with some money? It's all a scam. They're all fucking scamming you for money. Tommy is scamming you for money whilst working for Israel. Danny Tomo, whilst skirting the allegations of sleeping with a 15-year-old girl, allegedly, of course, scamming you for money. Don't be a cunt. See through it. And you see, I can't remember his fucking name because it's a stupid fucking name, but it's something Singh. But we've interacted, and he knows I don't like him. And my argument had no comeback. There was no comeback from him from that argument because I pointed out facts. As long as you've got the truth on your side and it's undeniable truth. This is why I'm saying always be honest, always be truthful, always be sincere, always be authentic. As long as you do those things, nothing can touch you because you've got truth. You've got truth on your side. Nothing is above the truth. The truth is absolute. Nothing is above it. So you get some low-grade fucking non-practicing cunt seek like him, you know. You start pulling Tommy down and he's like, I've known Tommy for 20 years. We don't talk like that. He talks like us, actually. You know, there's no accent at all. But his ego is to the point where I'm thinking, when we get around to sending all these cunts back, let's send him back as well. But we're going to need 2 boats. One for him and his fat fucking stature, and one for his ego. A bigger boat for his ego. I don't like people with egos. Fled here. Yeah, a lot of them fled. I'm 60 now. Happy birthday, Maria Spoon, and hello, darling. I didn't see you. You just popped up. And I said 2 hours, and we're approaching 4 hours. Well, we're gonna shut it off at 4 hours. I hope you don't mind. You know, I keep telling myself just make it a 2 hour, just 2 hour live stream, which is still on average an hour more than anyone does a live stream. You know, and then maybe do another one during the week, and we're creeping up to 4 hours. I don't know where the time goes. So when it flows, it doesn't feel right to stop it, because flows organic, and organic is what matters because it's completely natural, you know. But you're right about the echo chambers. You are. It's happened yesterday. What the fuck? I know. So happy birthday, Maria. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Fishy smells don't put me off having a munch. Michael, you're a dirty little bastard. You know that, don't you? Eh? Go to the nearest mirror, look at yourself and go, I'm a dirty bastard, because you are. But I love you. How's everyone doing? Yeah, we're all doing all right, Maria. We are, you know, fuck the world. We've got it covered. Jeff, don't worry about, don't delete your messages. Don't worry. Just let it flow. Let it flow. You know, even if there's a spelling mistake, don't worry about it. We read between the lines. No one's going to judge you on a misspelling or you know, a fuck up in your grammar. You know, we don't give a shit about that. We give a fuck about authenticity. Just let it flow. I've noticed you've deleted quite a lot of your comments. Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. It's not like that. Not like that with us. Yeah, we are only youngsters. Of course we are. Sorry about that. You are spring. We are spring chickens. Of course we are. You're as old as you think. You're as old as you feel. I love that little kind of. So Maria's literally just done a Heil Hitler. Did you know that, Maria? Subconsciously. Are you aware of that? You've done a Heil Hitler? Because everyone's noticed. New nurses and the like. I'm not quite sure. I can't tie that in with anything that you've said. Nurses alike. I don't know what you mean, Jeff. Elaborate on that, mate. Because I do like to understand what people are saying. Otherwise, I feel like I'm being rude, and I don't like to feel like I'm being rude. Unless we're being a little bit adult, then that's a different kind of rude. We're talking British rude, toilet humour, Carry On films, confession of a taxi driver, that sort of shit. That was like a soft porn, and that was on the telly in the 70s. So we've gone from being one sort of liberal to the wrong kind of liberal, where it's like anything goes. Allow your son to be a girl. Allow your girl to be a son. Everything's fucked up. Sikh family I knew. Yeah, hey, honestly, the vast majority of Sikhs that I've ever met, spot on. But there's just this one, you see, Singh, the not as in Singh. The surname is Indian Sikh. Singh is and then Patel is usually Hindu. So you've got Muslim, Hindu, and Sikh Indians, right? And Sikh surnames like Singh. Singh is a common Sikh surname, and this guy is a Singh, and he's a cunt. He's just a cunt. And I'm more than happy. He's a big burly bastard, but shit like that don't bother me. The bigger they are, the slower they are. I fight fast because I'm slim and trained. And I quite like the idea of slapping a cunt around on camera, but he'd need to start it so I can avoid jail. But again, I don't go around starting fights. I never have. But anyway, that's him. David, thank you. Because I'm shit with remembering names. I've told you, I mentioned at the start of learning, at the start of the channel, I said that I've always been shit with names, and I struggle to remember names, which is really, really bad, because this channel's turned into something quite intimate and close, So when you forget names, it sounds disrespectful, and it's not meant to be. I really don't mean to forget names. I try so hard. You have no idea. To the point where I've had to write names down, and I've had to write stuff down so I don't forget people's real names when they've given me their real names. But yeah, look up the guy that David's just mentioned there, right? Pure fucking ego. The guy at the moment, he's I think he's got to go back to court because he again, he's got a YouTube channel. Check out his YouTube channel. Check it out. Make your own mind up. Don't listen to me. What do I know? Hey, go and look it up. Look up that channel, and you'll see. Now, one of the reasons he's got himself into trouble is because he was a pedo hunter, right? But a really shit one. There's an IQ drop there. I'm not saying all Indian people have got a low IQ, because they haven't. Well, this particular one, the Tommy Tard, the friend of Tommy Robinson. In fact, he's not even a friend of Tommy. I can pretty much imagine someone going up to Tommy Robinson and saying, you know, do you know Gurmit Singh? And he'll be like, Gurmit Singh. And then you show him a photo and you go, oh yeah, I've met him. But anyone that's met Tommy Robinson is, yeah, I'm a mate. Yeah, he's my mate. Tommy's my mate. This is how fucking retarded these people are. That they meet a cunt like Tommy Robinson, right, once, get a photo, a little selfie of them with Tommy, right? Yeah, he's my mate. He's my mate. That's Gurmit Singh. The opening to a little documentary that he made, which is a very forgettable documentary, right? Is all about him. It's all about him. That's what I'm saying about ego. That we need one boat to deport him and another boat to deport his fucking ego, but a bigger one. He's a cunt. And he knows I don't like him. And I've got reason for it. And all of these reasons I'll say to his face, like I would anyone else. You know? He's a fucking moron. And I'm just a little bit disappointed in Annie. You know, just no offense to Annie, because Annie is spot on. Spot on. But allowing him into the WhatsApp group that we've got for the Best Western, you know, what a shame. Because he's just fucking hijacked it. It's all about me. You know, look. He don't talk like that. He talks like us, you know. But he has, you know. It's all about him and his fucking ego, feeding his ego. He's a cunt. That's all he is. And I would tell him he's a cunt to his face. No problem. No problem. I don't give a fuck about how big a man is, you know. I don't look at a man and think, I can't fight that. You know, I look at a man and think, how am I going to fight that? How? Not if. There's too many people out there thinking, how? How am I going to cope? How am I going to get through this? Instead of, I'm going to get through this and this is how. I'm going to do this and this is how. How you tell yourself things is important. Makes a massive difference. And there's lots of documented evidence out there that is the principle, you know. You tell yourself you can, you know. Don't listen to these fucking, all of these gurus and stuff. Don't listen to them. You don't need to listen to them. All you need to do is listen to yourself. Your wisdom lies within you, not someone else. Granted, there are you can get inspired by people, you know. I've been inspired by people, but not to the point where it's kind of altered me significantly. It's just made me think, yeah, you know, and then, yeah, that's it. You don't need gurus. You don't need fucking gurus. You are your guru. You are. But always be straight and always be honest. If you think someone's a cunt, just say, mate. But back it up with truth. It's got to be truthful. You've got to go in there armed with truth. And going toe to toe with Gurupta, what's his fucking name again? Gurumit. Gurumit, going toe to toe with him, I wouldn't be phased at all, you know, because I'd have truth on my side. Now, because my truth would beat him, my words would beat him because they're based on truth, he would then resort to violence. And that's sort of what I want. Does that sound bad? Like I said, I've never started a fight in my life. Never started a fight in my life, ever. But if they start, it's self-defense. It's just self-defense. Just saying. But thank you, David, because I forgot what his name was. I'm not a racist. Most of us aren't. We're not racists. We're just realists. And we're just pointing out facts. Facts are the truth. So if the truth is the truth, anyway. Let's bring this down to a nice, gentle close. I've got the hiccups. I need one of you to scare me. Just like jump out the screen and go, boo. Apparently that works, which I think is a load of bollocks. And I think David's just hit the nail on the head there. He's a grifter. And you know what I feel about grifters. You know I don't like grifters, you know? People that try and make money by piggybacking off other people. And I don't like that. I think it's immoral. And he's another grifter. But then so is Tony Robinson and so is Danny Tomo. Just please know that, you know. If you don't believe me now, I do think 2026 will pull that out and make it more obvious. I really do. So any Tommy Tars out there that have maybe kind of felt like they wanted to disrespect me in the past, I don't want you to turn around and go, "Oh, Terry, you were right." I don't want that. I want you to know that. Just you to fucking know that. That's it. Because it is. That's the case. The grifters, they are. They manipulate money out of people in loads of clever little ways. When in the background, they're devious little fuckers. They're narcissists. They are. They should be politicians. Anyway. Do your own research. Make your own minds up. Watch blah, blah, blah. And Paul Thorpe. Paul Thorpe, I think initially, my opinion on Paul Thorpe, this might sound a bit slack, you know, to some people, but my initial thought on Paul Thorpe was nice bloke, thick as fuck. You know, if you want to know something about watchers, then he might be a good man to go to. If you want to know about watchers, like, as in watchers, not the watchers, right? Other than that, he's part of that, a part of all this. You know, whether he knows it or not, he's part of it. He's part of the Tommy Tard crew. But I think he's starting to separate himself a little bit. And like, oh, actually, you know, again, thick as fuck. He's just started to realise that should be a massive fucking red flag of how fucking stupid that man is. You know, this part of me thinks that his heart's in the right place, but then I'm thinking, it doesn't matter where your heart is if you're stupid. If you're stupid, it doesn't matter where your fucking heart is. It doesn't matter. Right, lads and lasses, we need to end this on a positive, you know. So help me out. Help me out. Paul Thorpe gets on my last nerve. Is your last nerve on your tits, Maria? That's not a sordid comment. It's just a, you know, the term gets on my tits, you know. I just wish people could see through all this, the fog of bullshit. I just wish they could, you know. Because lots of us are getting very, very frustrated with people. Because some people woke up on 9/11. Some people were well awake well before that. You know, there were some people that woke up when Kennedy was assassinated. But then 9/11 really woke a lot of people up. And then Jason Bermas, again, please look into Jason Bermas, good bloke, struggling to make a living, you know, off the back of some really good documentaries. There were different people woke up at different moments, and I think I've always been awake. I think being a rebel at school was maybe kind of an early onset of being awake, but just not quite understanding it, you know, because you were young. But there have been significant events in our lifetimes that have woken you up, you know, that have slapped you across the face. You've had the white flash of being slapped, and you thought, and you've started questioning it, and you've started looking a bit deeper, and you're starting to, and then that's opened more doors up and more doors up and more rabbit holes and more rabbit holes, some false rabbit holes, some true rabbit holes, and some you've gone down and come back a different person. Not person, different man, different woman. My pinnacle moment was lying next to Sal and getting hit with this fucking zap, you know, within like half an hour, extreme fucking bang, half an hour. We've all had our own moments. I don't know when yours was. I don't know when mine was, but I would say statistically, the vast majority of people that are awake in the truest conscious sense was off the back of COVID. So people have had the opportunity to wake up from that. No, not that one. Okay. How about this one? No. Okay. No. What about this one? No. What about this one? No. For fuck's sake. What about this one? No. 2026 will be hard, but will be the turning point, as it will stir folk up to make a stand, go down in our year of real fight back. It's already started. It has already started, but based on what I've just said, there are far too many Tommy Tards. But then I suppose you could look at that as maybe their start of waking up, because Tommy started to push. Are you realizing all these grooming gangs? Now I know why Tommy started to come out with that. I know Tommy's beginnings, right? So regardless of his absolute cuntishness, he's still woken loads of people up. But people need to be woken up in a broader sense. You know, it's they need to understand that he's a fake, and everyone that's associated with him is a fake, including Tusi, Maya Tusi. So they need to understand the extreme level of cuntishness that's involved in this. You know, the fakery. And so maybe Tommy has done the world a favour. Maybe. We'll see. But whether he has or whether he hasn't, 2026 is going to be the year of resolve, whether you like it or not. You know, it's going to kick the fuck out of every single person's soul, every man and woman's soul. So you either wake up and start to prepare and deal with it, or you get steamrolled over. That's it. That's your choice. The field is ripe for harvesting. I like that, Michael. I fucking love some of the shit you come out with, Michael. You know, you've got some, it's a musician. You're a creative man, you know, a deep thinker. And I likened your music to Pink Floyd. And Pink Floyd is one of the most political, incorrect bands of all time. You know, creative artists. So I agree. It is. People either get their shit together now, or they will fall. They will fucking fall, and they'll fall hard. And you need to remember that there is nothing more important than you. You can't allow other people's failures to impact your momentum moving forward. You again, do your own thinking, do your own work. All I'm saying is that all of those people that you planted seeds into and got nothing growing back, they are not your problem. Focus on you 100%, because those around you that you care about are going to fall too, unless you're strong for them. So I'm hoping I've left that on a positive, you know, a positive negative. Oh man. Fear not, fear nothing, keep moving forward. That is great advice. You know, again, fear. It's in many senses, it's so irrational. It's so irrational. It's an irrational thing. And our governments around the world, right, have employed social scientists that know that fear is irrational, and they push it because it makes people malleable, it makes them easy to control and manipulate, right? So as long as you've got no fear in your heart and know that you've got absolute fucking faith in yourself moving forward, they've got no power over you. None. So just know that, because it's the truth. It's the truth. That's a really good thought, Terry. We have to stay strong for others, not just ourselves. Yeah, it's a really, really mad, crazy, batshit bonkers balance. It really is, because we've got to maintain ourselves at all costs, because unless we aren't strong for ourselves, we can't be strong for those we care about. We can't. And if we fail, they fucking fail. So it's not selfish. It's not selfish. It's self-full. It's self-full. There's selfish, selfless, self-full. Self-full is more powerful than the previous two. It is. It is. As long as you know what self-full means. So maintain that selflessness and just build your strength. Build your strength. Because the people that don't quite understand the world around them like you do are going to need you. So it's self-full. It's not selfish. It's not. The system around you might make you fucking feel like that, but it's not. That's not the case. And I don't fucking lie to you. I don't lie. You know? So build yourself up, maintain yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually, because you're going to be helping those around you, you know? And Michael, remember that that video you sent me of the coyote? So before I sign off, there's the raccoon prepping channel, which I do recommend. But off the back of that, I don't think it's the same people. There's a coyote prepping channel and a fucking rabbit prepping channel. Whether they're dodgy or not, or they've got some, I question everything. When you see three channels that have got the same artwork and the same AI, all giving out the same similar sort of prepping information, it makes me suspicious. But the information does seem to be solid. So I keep an open mind. It will happen quickly and smoothly. We create our own reality. I agree with that, Maria, to some degree. Yeah. But then everyone else is creating their reality, which is impacting you as well. Be aware of that. So yeah, on that note, have an excellent weekend, and you can and you will, as long as you want to. And thank you for spending your time with me tonight. It's always been appreciated. I was going to stick to 2 hours, which has gone to 2.5 to 4.5 because it flowed. And it only flowed because of the people that were in the live stream. So thank you. You know, you are appreciated and you matter. Much love to you all, and ciao for now.